The mic should be on Zoom as well.
Hola, probando, estoy hablando desde mi computadora.
Okay, but mic is not on Zoom. If he's
Try again. I think yes.
Okay, the mic, okay, is the mic on Zoom now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We're doing, as you know, we're doing both Zoom around the world and as well as here in Pondicherry, so we need to have the mic broadcasting on both dimensions. So good morning, everybody. Second day, and we'll open today with a message from Guruji, our spiritual advisor for the Parliament. And then we'll have a song by Amachi to set the mood for us so that we can have a tremendous day, a day of wholeness and peace as well as progress. Or in terms of today, my presentation, waking up and growing up at the same time, what we're involved in. This huge project for civilization, for all of humankind to both wake up and grow. So Guruji. Thank
Namaste. No breakfast. No reply. Namaste.
Namaste.
You know what is the meaning of namaste? Can anyone say what the meaning of namaste? I salute the divinity within you. Okay. Namaste means I salute the divinity within you. So now you say namaste. That's the way. So yesterday, Dr. Glenn was telling that only living in this planet is not enough. We should be spiritual as well. And I call it 200% life. 100% spiritual and 100% material. Okay. So far, you know, the education tells people how to live 100% material. But in the schools and colleges, you are not being taught how to be spiritual. And if we want to realize our mission, generally, whatever we say, if you talk to normal people, they say that it is an utopian idea. Okay? I'm sure all of you have experienced this. When you talk about it, people say, "Oh, it is utopian. It will never happen. Even after 100 years, also it will never happen." Yes, that's true, but we can prove it wrong if we can live 200% life. If we can promote 200%, that is 100% spiritual and 100% material. What do you mean by that? See, living material life is very easy. All of us, we know how to do that, right? But how to live 100% spiritual along with being material? I call it, 100% three-dimensional and 100% infinite dimension. Once we are from all of us, we are from infinite dimension. Now, what is dimension? You need to understand what is the concept of dimension. Now, suppose you're sleeping in your bedroom, and in India, we have a lot of power, and you thought it is a dream, and you continue to sleep. Next day morning, when you wake up, you find that truth. Then you jumped out of the bed and searched for all the doors and windows, and you found everything is shut nicely. So how did that, see, the fruit is there, that means the saint had come. So, but how did he come? All the doors and windows are closed. How did he come? You thought it's a miracle. That's the word miracle. But I don't believe in miracle. I feel everything is science. The saint probably had access to fourth or fifth or 10th dimension. And he used that dimension to get in and get out. without disturbing this three-dimensional structure.
Data point.
Right? I'll give you another example. Then you will understand better. Think about a two-dimensional being. You are a three-dimensional being. You have a length, width, and height. But think about a two-dimensional being who has a length and width, no height. Now suppose there is a hole, pothole, and you need to cross. So you being a three-dimensional being, just lift and go. But what about the two-dimensional being? It cannot. Because it doesn't have a height. So it will go like this, and this, that. Now imagine what this two-dimensional being will think about you. He will think that you have performed a miracle. Right? Because it doesn't have access to third dimension. Right? Similarly, keep saying being just before that dimension. Maybe now looking at the doors, windows, you can just get in and get out. Lesser the number of degrees of freedom, more the number of dimensions, more the number of degrees of freedom. So in third dimension, we have very little degrees of freedom. So you wish 100 things and maybe you materialize maybe 5. And 95 times you suffer. Because you wish it doesn't happen. So you feel pain. But when you go to higher dimensions, the degrees of freedom become higher. The more the things become possible, you will be able to materialize much more things. So if you keep going like that, you reach something called infinite dimension, where there are infinite degrees of freedom. That means everything is possible, nothing is impossible. And that is God's dimension. And trust me, all of us, each of us, we are from infinite dimension. And once we are doing a trans-dimensional traveling, from infinite dimension to -1, -2, million, maybe 1,000, 100, 10, 8, 6, 54, 7. And we saw this beautiful planet Earth. And we thought, oh, why not? We'll just descend and enjoy this beautiful planet. And our friends in infinite dimension, they go, oh, they said, no. You'll be bound by the boundary of the three-dimensional plane, and you will be not be able to perform many things. But we said, no, we are just going to do a picnic. And we'll remain fully connected with infinite. And initially we did that also. That was, we call it in India, Satya Yoga. That is the golden age. But whatever you think, whatever you do, everything was possible. But time passed. It happened so. Occasionally, we started forgetting that we are from infinite dimension. We started associating with this plane, three-dimensional plane. So occasionally, you are limited. Most of the time, you're unlimited. That was Treta Yoga in India. That is Silver Age. Then time passed. It happened so that most of the time you can three-dimensional, occasionally infinite dimensional. That was Dwapara. That is, what do you call it, Bronze Age. And then it happens, 7% you become three-dimensional, totally forgot that you are from infinite dimension. That is Kali Yuga, Iron Age. That's the time. What we are enjoying. Now it is high time. Actually, it started with 1976. They call it New Age. New Age got descended. And a lot of new things happened. A lot of healing sciences, yoga, and everything became popular. Early 1976, if you used to say about all these things, yoga and all, people used to get scared and become a monk. In India, especially. I remember, the wives were so scared when the husband used to come for yoga classes. But today, wives push husband to go for yoga classes. Right? Because after 1976, things changed. There was an axial change of planet Earth. So the new rays of blessings came from the divinity. And we became different. The children who are born after 1976, they are different. Right? And that is. And we are in new age. Now we can integrate infinite dimension with this third dimension. So that we have a wonderful life. And we can materialize what we want. And that is only possible if we become spiritual. Three-dimensional means material, infinite dimensional means spiritual. Spiritual means what? Not that how much you go to church, how much you go to temple, how much you go to mosque. No. How much you remain Pandit. That is more important. So you may be doing a lot of spiritual activities, so-called religious activities. Suddenly you got a news, your say crashed, or your son or daughter met with an accident. Then what happens? You forget everything. You forget God. Then you get into suffering. Suffering comes when you go away from divinity. Go away from the whole.
Why?
When you see, there's a beautiful word called wellness. What do you mean by wellness? That means we call it Mangala, Sarva Mangala.
No.
Everyone is happy. That is wellness. There is another word called illness.
No.
What is illness? Suffering, distress. Can you see the subtle difference between these two words? ILLNESS and we LLNESS. I to we. When you change from I to we, you get wellness. And you come from we to I, then it becomes illness. Selfishness. See, then again, this word is very important. It is not selfishness, it is self-centeredness that keeps you pain. I always suggest people be selfless. That means what? Do something which elevates you. Do something which makes you better humanity. That is selfishness.
Is this
But self-centeredness is the difference.
charging?
Right? So we want to be selfish, not self-centered. So illness comes when we become self-centered beings. But wellness comes when you go beyond that. When you don't think about yourself. That's why in our prayers, yesterday also I was telling you, we never say for me. We always say for the whole world. Sarve bhavantu sukhina. Let everyone be happy. We don't say, oh, I should be happy. No. Because if everyone is happy, then you are part of that. So automatically you become happy. I was just, traveling in the US from New York to New Jersey, where shuttle man from the airport. There was a driver, black gentleman, black is a wrong word. I think it is African American gentleman. So he was telling me that imagine the day will come when you don't work for yourself, you work for everyone else. And everyone else work for you. I wish that day will come soon, probably with our idea. If that materializes, then I think all of us will start working for each other, not for ourselves. Okay? So let us start with this prayer in that case. It says, Om Sahana Bhavatu, Sahano Gunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvina Vastu, Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Sahana Bhavatu. Let us be together, live together. Sahano Gunaktu. Let us be nourished together. Sahaviryam Karavavahai. Let us be together. Move the That means that peace be upon me, peace upon all of us, and peace be upon the entire world. Okay, we'll say that. If you cannot say, I know it's Sanskrit, you can at least listen to it. It will make you feel good. And as I said yesterday, you should chant Om thrice. First Om for yourself, for your body, for your speech, and for your consciousness. Be transformed for the greater. And second Om for a group. And third Om for that entire creation. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavai Tejnavadhitamastu ma vidvisha Vai Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om. Thank you. Please. Just sing me.
Good morning, namaste everyone. So, just now Guruji talked about you have to traverse from I to we. So, I'm going to sing a song on unity today. Feeling of emptiness, relative competitiveness, universal completeness, unity as oneness, reigns. Unity as oneness, reigns. Unity as oneness, reigns. Willingness to connect, motivation to resurrect, humanness to direct, unity as oneness, reigns. Unity as oneness, reigns. Unity as oneness, reigns. Unity as oneness, reigns. Nature to express with passion, the world to feel compassion, faith to claim rejuvenation, unity as oneness reigns. Unity as oneness reigns. Unity as oneness reigns. Mindfulness in place, tree of a human with trace, ability of a human at pace, unity as oneness reigns. Unity as oneness reigns. Unity as oneness reigns. Happiness, happiness within to resonate, peace from within to cultivate, the worldly harmony to reset, the worldly harmony to unity as oneness reigns. Unity as oneness reigns. Unity as oneness reigns. Unity as oneness reigns. Unity as oneness reigns.
कोलगेट मैक्स फ्रेश कूलिंग क्रिस्टल्स वाला ये तो मेरे में भी होंगे.
Very good morning, everyone. And
Max fresh.
now we open the second day session. Thanks, Guruji, for connecting us. Now the bandwidth is up now, wireless. So the second day's session is commenced. The item on the agenda is let's review the today's business. First, we will take up the World Legislative Act 78. We have very legislations today to browse through and then talk about it. So I request everyone to participate in the discussion, share your thoughts.
Yeah.
First, we have World Legislative Act 78, which is related to the Commission for Legislative Review. And the bill has been tabled for consideration by the next Parliament session, that is 3WP 17. The bill name is Protocol for Cosmic Coexistence and Human Sovereignty. In place of a vote on this bill, the Commission invites a short report by Professor Byron Bellistos on developments in the USA regarding extraterrestrial encounters. Over to Professor Byron Bellistos. And then we have World Legislative Act 79, Universal Declaration of Spirituality as a fundamental right and public policy. This bill is sponsored by Justice David Cusby. And a brief report will be submitted on the related legislation by Professor Glenn Martin. We'll have World Legislative Act 80, which is for creation of a Global Council for Consciousness Development, GCCD, to promote the development of higher levels of human consciousness across diverse regions and cultures worldwide. The goal and mission of the council is articulated in the bill, and the bill is sponsored by Michael Ellis. A report will be submitted by Michael. Next is World Legislative Act 81, which is related to Bill for Resolution to establish a World Commission for Healthy Living and Sport. Bill is sponsored by Justice Crispy. Next is World Legislative Act 82, Bill for Resolution to enter the letter to the children Pratt with a commentary by Justice David Crispy into the records of Provisional World Parliament. Next is World Legislative Act 83, which is related to Bill for Global Citizenship Resolution sponsored by Justice Crispy. After that, World Legislative Act 84, which is Bill for Authorization of World Parliament University, sponsored by Dr. Murthy. Murthy and Dr. Martin will present a concept and history related to this bill. We have lunch break, and then after lunch break, we have World Legislative Act 85, Bill for Global Framework Law on Population, Migration and Social Sustainability, sponsored by Juan Camilo. Next is World Legislative Act 86, related to Bill for World Legislative Act on Civil Assets Forfeiture, related to illegal activities in weapons of mass destruction, including nuclear weapons, in favor of the cause to the humanity. After that, we have World Legislative Act 87, Bill for Framework Law on Fundamental Democracy for the Election of Representatives. This bill specifies the rights of voters and candidates, including reasonable monetary equality and fairness for all for all elections to the federal office. This bill is sponsored by Justice Crispy. World Legislative Act 88 and 89, which are related to bill for the call for Fifth Constituent Assembly to edit and update the Constitution, and a report by the Legislative Review Commission on proposed edits to the Constitution. Report will be report of the Commission before voting on the bill will be taken up. World Legislative Act 88, report of the Legislative Report Review Commission. Chairperson Leopoldo Cook will present. World Legislative Act 89, bill for the call to Fifth Constituent Assembly to edit and update the Earth Constitution, with emphasis on the protocol for this process, passed at the 6th session of PWP in Bangkok, Thailand in 2003. Then we have World Legislative Act 90, an act to initiate World Electoral District at Pondicherry in India. So this is the day's agenda. We will start with World Legislative Act 78. This is related to the Commission for Legislative Review, which has been. Let me check, sir. Legislative Act Review has been tabled for the consideration by the next Parliament session, PWP 70. Name of the bill is Protocol for Cosmic Coexistence and Human Sovereignty. Presented by Professor Byron. Professor Byron, are you presenting the World Legislative Act for consideration? Professor Byron, if you're
Yes.
online. Yeah, he's there. Thank you. So
Thank you.
the bill is presented. And I request Professor Byron to place the short report on the developments in USA regarding extraterrestrial encounters. Over to Professor Byron. Thank you.
Thank you. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Very good. Somehow I was muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you for inviting me to speak about this bill and about the facts regarding everything okay? And about the facts regarding UFOs, so-called, or UAPs in the United States. I will
Sorry,
cover other
Byron, you're
countries.
very feeble. Can you speak louder or?
Yes, I will.
Can we increase the volume?
I'll speak louder. Can you hear me now?
Just give us a second, Professor Byron, 1 second.
Okay.
Let's also try with the volume part. Now you can try, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, testing. Okay. All right, very good. So I'm going to tell you a little chronological story about ET contact. Not just the United States. It begins most likely in ancient times, but in modern times, it is widely believed that the first major contacts were held in the 1930s with the German Nazi regime. I'm just going to skip over that. I'm mentioning and moving on. The next important event, as most of you know, is in 1947 when there was a large number of sightings in the United States by professional pilots. And then the most important event probably ever was the alleged crash of a craft. And most of you know it's at Roswell in the southwest of the United States. And this was a nuclear base, the only one in the world at the time. There was surveillance, it is believed there was surveillance of that base by a particular extraterrestrial craft, and the craft crashed. Now, the legend about this, or the story about it, was covered up, we believe, and only came to 20 years later, really 30 years, when the first books came out, because people actually did research on the ground. Very intrepid journalists and scientists. When this came to light, it was a great shock in the 1980s, 1990s. Now it's just part of the history. There was all sorts of research by the US Air Force and other designated groups from the Pentagon, congressionally authorized. And much of this was slanted and biased and suppressed. There's a vast history about the suppression of these facts. So I'm going to skip over that era, and a new era began in 2017 when the New York Times broke a story front page about the fact that the US government knows about extraterrestrial contact because there have been multiple cases of witnessing of UFOs near military bases, naval bases, Air Force bases, and in particular, bases for nuclear weapons. Now, I'm going to focus on nuclear weapons for a bit. It is now known, and this has come out because this is very highly classified information that's been leaked out and has now been admitted, that extraterrestrial craft have been seen over missile silos. We're talking about missile silos in some of the great, not great, but in most important bases in the United States, and one in particular, Montana, of Minuteman nuclear missiles. And in the 1960s, a craft appeared over the silos and turned them off. So let me say that again. It was shut down electronically by the craft. The witnesses of this were sworn to secrecy, and the base commander, named Michael Salas, came out 20 years ago. He was now long retired, and he violated his oath, and he went public, published a book and another book, and he has been speaking around the country and around the world, and he's very credible. I've met him myself, and this man has no reason to make this up. It's well understood by the researchers. However, we now know that similar events have happened elsewhere in the United States and in the Soviet Union. And this was revealed recently in a congressional hearing that there in 1986, the same thing happened in the Soviet Union. And those who have researched this have come to the conclusion that one of the main reasons for the extraterrestrial presence is their concern about nuclear war. And in that connection, it should be known that there are many, many, many examples of telepathic contact with extraterrestrial beings to many, many, many contactees. This is not scientifically, sort of provable, but they come forward with statements, and very often the statements are asking governments and militaries to put an end to nuclear weapons. Why? Because Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those bombs, caused disturbance that rippled out through space and was felt elsewhere in the cosmos. So it's a safety issue for surrounding worlds and star systems. So this is of great concern to any world government. It is known at the UN, and it's known throughout the world by militaries that they are watching. And there's numerous cases of them turning off these systems, including an entire nuclear battleship in the United States was shut down electronically, and craft was seen overhead. So this is a very important piece. Now I'm going to switch from that to the more episodic cases. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of sightings throughout the world. It's hard to think that all these are just being made up. One of the most important cases is cases of human abductions of aliens. And you may know that the chief of psychiatry at Harvard University was one of the world's most important figures in hypnosis. And multiple people petitioned him, including physicians, physicists, and others, to hypnotize people. And he thought he would make work of this and prove it was not true. But he was shocked and stunned to discover that these cases were real. There were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases. So he became famous for writing books about this and verifying it, even though he was a tenured professor at Harvard. They tried to remove him from Harvard, and they had a hearing of the academic senate, and a famous American lawyer defended him and won. So the academic senate of Harvard had to back down, and John Mack became a hero. So that's background regarding abductions. I want you guys to know that I, as a book publisher for most of my life, published a book. I'll show you the book about a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist at the Los Angeles Times who was abducted. And before I met him 25 years ago, I didn't believe any of this stuff. But I spent months supporting the book and got to know him. And there's no reason on earth this guy would make this up, because he became outcast by everyone, including his own family, reporting on his case. And I published 3 books about it. There's so much more to tell you, but I believe we may be out of time. And I wonder if anybody would like to ask a question, if we can manage that.
Thanks, Professor Byron, for the brief report. Now the forum is open for discussion. If anybody has anything to add.
Before you do it, I wanted to add something very important. I forgot. It's the recent hearings in the U.S. Congress. I would expect most of you know about it, and that's where much disclosure occurred. regarding the nuclear weapons issues and much else, including the fact that they have reversed the United States government and Russian government have reverse engineered UFO craft. Look it up. It's in the New York Times, reported in the US Congress in 2023, and reaffirmed from 30 different insiders, including the head of national intelligence, former head James Clapper. So with that, any questions?
Any question?
Byron,
Yes, sir.
Byron,
Yes, sir.
boa noite.
Olá.
Olá. Byron, você
Sir.
afirmou que um contato extraterrestre ocorreu em função dos efeitos de duas bombas atômicas em Hiroshima e Nagasaki, correto?
Correct.
A pergunta é: e as centenas de testes atômicos que foram realizados em todo o mundo e não causou a mesma preocupação aos extraterrestres?
It's part and parcel of the extraterrestrial response was their request that we stop atomic testing. So it's not just Hiroshima and Nagasaki. All through the 1950s, there were contacts telepathically and a few appearances of extraterrestrials asking the US government, they didn't go to the government, they went to individuals, asking them to stop atomic testing in the desert in the Southwest. And there's famous incidents I can tell you, but we don't have time.
Obrigado.
And anybody else? I could say more about that if anybody likes. So I will add that the legislation we are proposing used the word undisputed presence, and that was a mistake. It is disputed by many. We'd probably remove that word, but I think we need to have legislation that prepares just in case this is real, and it shouldn't be carried out by the US government. It should be carried out by the People's World Government. That's who should be in liaison if there is contact to be made with Earth. Any comments or anybody want to dispute?
Am I talking by-
There is a thought from, please go ahead. Rudolph.
Hello, Byron, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, I'm happy to see you for the first time.
Ever see you, Rudolph?
I read about something called the Brazilian Roswell in Varginhas, and it is reported that a doctor, a legal medicine, talked with an alien, and that he was moved to tears even 25 years later when he talked about the atmosphere that he felt as being in the presence of this alien being. And it seems that one moment, can we please, because we have a problem. Please stop. Oh, sorry.
Because you have.
ಆಡಿಯೋ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆಡಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕ್ಯಾಮೆರಾ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
Right. Okay. But Byron, you understood? Okay.
Yes,
So
I did.
it seems that the CIA came to take this body to an unknown place in the US. And it seems that this case has never been completely revealed, as far
Yes.
as I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of the case. There are many, many, many such cases, and this one sounds very, very strong. The reason they are suppressing this, everybody, is the fact that this technology is weaponized by governments. And in the most recent, everybody should note, please, that the film called Age of Disclosure came out 2 weeks ago. Executive producer Steven Spielberg. This is a documentary, the best ever made. It's called Age of Disclosure, in which some of these cases were discussed, but in particular, the fact that there's an arms race from China, Russia, and United States to weaponize the technology from extraterrestrials. Sounds implausible, doesn't it? But I've been hearing about it for decades. You just have to go to the conferences, which I've been to, and you have to read one of the many thousands of books, including books I've published. There's very few people in Washington, where I live, that would deny this. It's just a matter of opening your mind and your heart to the presence of our siblings in space who are concerned about our condition on Earth. They're concerned about nuclear holocaust. They're concerned about the environment, and they're here to help. And I'll finish by saying that if you look on YouTube, you will see the Galactic Federation of Light. This is 1,000 YouTube messages from a federation of planets trying to let us know they're here to help. I've written a treatise on it, and you can look it up under my name. Thank you, everybody, unless there's anything else.
Thank you, Byron.
Thank you for having me. And I hope we can bring up that legislation amended next time.
Thank you, Professor Byron.
Thank you.
Now the report is on Parliament's records. We move on to the next item on the agenda. This is on World Legislative Act 79, Universal Declaration of Spirituality as a Fundamental Right in Public Policy. The act is sponsored by Justice David Crispy. A brief report will be presented by Dr. Glenn Martin. So I request Dr. Glenn Martin to present the brief report.
So I think that we can all understand that the Parliament has been very concerned with spirituality for a long time. The difficulty is that the Constitution of the Federation of Earth wants to grant everybody on the planet
When that happened,
Por favor, acérquense el micro porque no se le entiende nada.
all mics are muted. The problem is the mic with the.
not too close. Can you switch off the speaker? So now, can you hear me? Yeah. Um, so the Boston has been concerned for a long time with spirituality, but also with the rights of human beings granted in Article 12 of the Constitution, to choose their own path. In fact, one of the, rights that's explicated there is that everybody has a right to religion or no religion. Everyone has a right to political beliefs or no political. So the difficulty is that, you know, how can we make our role is to make possible for people a growth in spirituality, a development of spirituality, as well as psychological, moral, and emotional toward maturity. And yet we do this without coercion, right? We're making it possible. So this bill by and Professor Justice David Quispe, who is on the High Court of Peru. He's a Supreme Court Justice in Peru. He's long been an advocate of this, and this particular bill that he's giving us now poses the question in terms of rights. Everyone has a right to spiritual development. So that's the background for I think for this bill and how and why it's here on the agenda.
Thank you. Now, any questions, suggestions?
Professor Murthy.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Professor.
We have to use only the mic because of the.
What's the question? What's the question about the president? Question? No? Okay. I read a study about the existence of 500 atomic weapons lost it in the world. What about this question in the US studies in the Senate? Is taken in account or it doesn't matter? It's a question for Professor Byron Meritz.
I didn't hear the whole question. If you'd be so kind to restate it.
No entendí la pregunta. ¿Puede repetir?
The question is important the existence now, the possible existence now in the world, the 500 lost atomic weapons is more than Hiroshima or Nagasaki.
En inglés no lo he entendido y no veo el traductor, pero está acá Carolina Luila, que habla mejor el inglés y también es de la sección Perú.
This question is about the intervention of Professor Byron Meritz.
Okay. As to 500 nuclear weapons that are lost?
Yes, from planes or ships, the warships.
Right. That they're missing weapons.
Missing.
Yeah, I'm not aware of more than a few missing. Yeah, there's some missing in the United States. I don't think it has to do with extraterrestrials. I think it has to do with malign actors trying to get, terrorists trying to get access, but I can't prove it either way. In the UFO discussion, there's never been anybody that stated that the ETs removed the weapons physically. They don't have to do that. They can turn them off. They can stop them mid-flight. They have stated that is the case.
that was clarification for the earlier bill, which we already discussed and placed it on record. But is Justice David on online? Justice David, are you there online?
I am here.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Really appreciate
am
you
here.
being on this call. Do you have any comment to make, please? If you have, as sponsor, please go ahead.
Estamos ya hablando de la Declaración Universal de la Espiritualidad o seguimos con la anterior exposición. Eso no me quedó muy claro. Hemos comenzado con la, profesor Murti, hemos comenzado ya con la ley de la Declaración Universal de la Espiritualidad o seguimos con la anterior ley.
La espiritualidad.
Porque escuché a profesor Glenn Martin que estaba hablando de la Declaración Universal de la Espiritualidad. No sé si me sigue. Profesor Murti, ¿corresponde que hable de la Declaración Universal de la Espiritualidad en estos momentos?
Justice David, I think we already had a clarification from Professor Byron on World Legislative Act 78, which is to do with protocol for cosmic coexistence and human sovereignty. That discussion was over, and now we are into discussion on World Legislative Act 79, which deals with Universal Declaration of Spirituality as a fundamental right and public policy that was sponsored by you. I think that
Para explicar el tema, está acá Carolina Luilán, y que es también de la sección Perú, y ha preparado algunas diapositivas. No sé si se le permiten compartir con ella.
if it is related to World Legislative Act 79, you can still go ahead, sir.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Carolina. I will talk about, in behalf of the judge Quispe Salsavirca, regarding to the law of the spirituality. So I will share my slides, please. Just give me a second. Okay. Just a second, please.
Quickly, a quick question. How much time do you need, ma'am?
Just 10 minutes. Yeah, it's enough. 10 minutes. It's okay? Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I will talk about, well, I will speak in Spanish, please. So I will go ahead. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todos. Hoy desearía comentarles sobre la propuesta de crear el lado de la Declaración Universal de los Derechos, al lado de la Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos, sobre una Declaración Universal de la Espiritualidad como derecho fundamental y como política pública. No hablo de imponer una religión ni de volver al estado confesional, hablo de reconocer algo más profundo, algo más sencillo, que todos los seres humanos, creamos o no en Dios, necesitamos hacernos preguntas con sentido relacionado a cultivar nuestro interior. Así, ¿no? A fin de permitirnos vivir con dignidad en medio de un mundo en... Y se subraya algo clave aquí. Caben todas las religiones, tradiciones, como las espiritualidades agnósticas, ¿no? En todas las religiones, tratar de unirnos en un solo sentido. El preámbulo de esta declaración comienza recordándonos algo básico. La espiritualidad no nace en el vacío, sino en medio de una enorme diversidad de creencias, ideologías y formas de pensamiento en cada sociedad. Encontramos prácticas espirituales que vienen de tradiciones muy antiguas, de costumbres culturales o de búsquedas como religiones, en iglesias, en lugares, ¿no?, donde se practica finalmente religión, en ciudades, en comunidades, todos bajo un mismo fin, el encontrar, ¿no?, una unidad espiritual, ¿no?, que adopte múltiples lenguajes. Por eso el primer derecho que se proclama es el derecho de formación espiritual, que se concibe como un derecho fundamental para la dignidad humana. Es así, ¿no?, que el primer artículo, ¿sí?, que el programa es la formación de la espiritualidad, the right to spiritual formation, no como un lujo, sino como un derecho fundamental ligado a la dignidad humana. Formarse espiritualmente no significa adoctrinarse en una doctrina cerrada, sino aprender a mirar hacia adentro, a dialogar con la propia conciencia, a abrirse al misterio de la existencia. Y sobre todo, a reconocer una libertad de elección en la práctica espiritual. Cada quien decide si reza u otra cosa, sin embargo, contempla o hasta incluso contemplar el silencio. Por eso es que el primer artículo nos conecta con ello, con el derecho a la formación espiritual, ¿sí? Este segundo artículo también nos propone algo muy importante, que es el retiro espiritual, que sea como un requisito para ejercer cargos públicos. Y aquí no se trata de obligar a una religión en específica, sino se trata de garantizar que toda persona que maneja, ¿no?, tal vez a su cargo un poder, ¿no?, tenga al menos unos días de silencio y de revisión interior. Cada funcionario elige, ¿no?, el retiro que corresponde, ¿sí?, a su cosmovisión, ya sea cristiano, budista, laico, ateo. Lo más importante no es la etiqueta, sino el espacio de reflexión. Conformarse con la propia conciencia de revisar motivaciones, preguntarse para quién y para qué ejerzo el poder, ¿no? Se habla de un derecho y de un deber, ¿sí? As a right and as a duty. Como derecho porque el ritmo de la administración moderna deja sin tiempo, ¿no?, para el silencio, y eso empobrece a la persona. Y como deber, ¿no?, porque la vida pública exige una madurez ética que no se improvisa sin trabajo interior al poder, porque finalmente podría corromper, ¿sí? También tenemos, ¿no?, como tercer artículo, ¿sí?, más sobre todo en el plano, ¿sí?, de el plano individual a la institucionalidad. Declara que la espiritualidad es un asunto de interés para la humanidad y por tanto objeto de política pública. Los estados tienen la obligación de crear condiciones para que las diferentes espiritualidades puedan finalmente fortalecer esos espacios, tiempos de protección frente a la discriminación, ¿sí? Por lo tanto, ¿no?, el Estado debería garantizar finalmente, ¿no?, debería promover esta espiritualidad hacia toda su población, hacia los seres humanos, ¿sí? Finalmente, podemos ver que esta declaración nos invita a la espiritualidad no como un asunto privado, ¿no?, sino como parte de nuestra dignidad humana y del proyecto democrático, ¿no? No es un privilegio en sí de los creyentes, sino es un derecho universal de que incluye a todas personas de cualquier tipo de religión, ¿sí? Esta declaración finalmente nos dice a nosotros como ciudadanos, ¿no?, para defender nuestra libertad de conciencia, ¿sí?, en distintos planos. Y por lo tanto, invita a los profesionales, ¿sí?, a interiorizar, a cultivar finalmente reflexión de nuestra... ¿sí? Finalmente, hemos visto opiniones de distintos catedráticos, distintos profesionales, ¿sí?, acerca de esta, ¿no?, y sobre todo de una política pública de los estados, ¿sí? Hoy nos revisamos a invitar algo más exigente, a unir el derecho y la espiritualidad, ¿sí?, como parte, ¿no?, de la institucionalidad y la conciencia de todo Estado para promover en cualquier forma de los sentidos, ¿no? Un tema de justicia y de vida interior, ¿sí? Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for everyone. Thank you so much.
Questão de ordem. Senhor presidente, questão de ordem. O juiz Davi acentuou muito bem a respeito desta lei, a 79, em função de que, no início desta sessão, havia-se já declarado que a Constituição adotaria o estado de espiritualidade. Ao assistir essa apresentação, esses slides, concordo plenamente com o conteúdo do slide. Todavia, há uma grande conquista da humanidade que foi o Estado laico. O Estado laico ou secular é um conceito que se refere a um governo que não se manifesta em assuntos religiosos, mas garantindo a liberdade de crença e não a interferência da religião nos assuntos políticos públicos. Isso significa o Estado não adota uma religião oficial, não permite que questões religiosas influenciem decisões governamentais. O termo laico deriva desculpe-me a interrupção, só para concluir. O termo laico deriva do grego laos, que significa povo. Implica que toda crença deve coexistir sem a preponderância de um único credo. Portanto, ao adotar essa lei, se faça a seguinte ressalva: o Estado é laico e garante o direito de crença e de expressão de espiritualidade. Obrigado.
Justice David, you have any clarification on it? Please go ahead.
Sí, de acuerdo, ¿no? El tema es que se ha entendido tradicionalmente laico, neutralidad del Estado, como que la espiritualidad pertenece a la vida privada exclusivamente, ¿no? Entonces, ese es creo que esta propuesta nos lleva a reconceptualizar lo que significa neutralidad, laicidad, ¿no? No relegarlo exclusivamente a la vida privada, el tema de la espiritualidad, sino que hay un interés porque la espiritualidad finalmente va a alimentar la ética pública. Y nuestros estados, la mayoría de los estados democráticos, tienen una fuerte tendencia a la corrupción. ¿Por qué? Porque hay una escasez de motivación existencial en nuestros funcionarios públicos. Y estas espiritualidades, cuando se hacen la pregunta por el sentido, ya sea mueven el tema del sentido, y el sentido tiene dos ámbitos. El ámbito de lo que voy a dejar, el sentido del para qué, el sentido del legado, la pregunta de lo que voy a dejar a mis hijos, a mis nietos, a mis sobrinos, si no tengo hijos, a la humanidad, a mi comunidad, a la humanidad. El ámbito para hacerse esa pregunta es el ámbito que da ese ámbito de la espiritualidad. Y por otro lado, el sentido de la gratitud, ¿no? Ante el misterio de la vida. Y esos dos ámbitos rellenan, dan fuerza al tema ético que se necesita en los funcionarios públicos, porque si no, si nos movemos solamente por el ámbito exclusivamente privado. La motivación para un funcionario público es que va a recibir mayor sueldo. Va a subir en la escala profesional y va a recibir mayor sueldo. Y esa motivación, creo que la constatación de que es insuficiente, lo que lo que viene en general de crisis en todos los sistemas democráticos formales. Y necesitamos como un ejército de funcionarios y de personas que nos preguntemos por todo esto ante la circunstancia que está viviendo la humanidad, la circunstancia tan peligrosa en la que estamos viviendo, ¿no? La circunstancia de la amenaza de guerras nucleares, de exterminio total, no solamente de la humanidad, sino del planeta, ¿no? Y el tema ecológico, que son los grandes problemas que hay, aparte del tema de la pobreza estructural de muchos de nuestros pueblos que hay en la humanidad.
You have something to say? Or now Professor Rudolph has something to say on this.
Thank you. I'm very much in tune with your text. I think it's of paramount importance to declare spirituality as a reality in the public space, in the republic, democratic republic. I have only one point. I don't have the text before my eyes now, but you are mentioning, enumerating the different religions. And I think it was the third paragraph somewhere in your text. And I feel it could be tricky or risky to enumerate the religions because it could create the problem of maybe not mentioning some religion or highlighting too much one religion. So I would just talk about religions or denominations or churches or creeds or faiths, and not enumerate them. This is just one point I feel is important. Thank you very much.
Does anybody else? Yeah, please. Since this is a matter related to spirit, we better have a later discussion on this.
Well, there is a basic difference between religion and spirituality. We say that where religions end, spirituality begins. Religions are like, what do you call it, kindergarten, KG, a school, and spirituality begins after that. Once you go beyond many things. As I told in my morning discussion, spirituality is basically being connected, remaining connected with the whole, with the universe, with the divinity. If you believe in God, it's fine. If you don't believe in God, to remain connected with the whole and the universal intelligence, universal energy. And so I don't see any reason why we should exclude spirituality from our daily life. As I told in the morning, it should be 200% life. Only 100% life will lead us towards chaos, which is going on right now. So if you want to have a peaceful life, you want to enjoy life, and you want to be happy with each of us. That's what I was telling I to we. So I to we is possible only with spirituality. So general living minus spirituality is suffering. That's all I can say. So you cannot separate spirituality from governance. You cannot separate spirituality from daily life. But religion is a different thing. As Justice suggested, it is very private, or the gentleman suggested, it's private. Yes, religion is private, but spirituality is not private. Spirituality is same for each of us. Good is good, bad is bad, wrong is wrong. So spiritual never says that good for him is bad for me. No, good for everyone is same. So that is spirituality. So I feel we must integrate spirituality in our daily life, including governance. Thank you.
Ujú.
¿Se oye? Estamos hablando de una ley, estamos hablando de un plano jurídico. Entonces, yo estoy de acuerdo con lo expresado por el profesor Boinet, en el sentido de que jurídicamente es un atraso habiendo conseguido ya la libertad religiosa. Por otra parte, también quería comentar que desde el siglo XIX existe lo que se llama un parlamento de las religiones del mundo, que tiene en cuenta no solamente todas las religiones, sino también las opiniones de los ateos. Y ellos han hecho un mínimo denominador común de las ideas en las que están todos de acuerdo. Creo que es un gran paso y no sé si se ha recogido en esta ley que se plantea.
Mm, no entiendo bien por qué sería un atraso en los términos, ¿no? De lo que has hablado, Julio, ¿no?
No quiero repetir los argumentos de los Boinet, pero bueno, costó mucho conseguir la libertad religiosa. No también podía perjudicarlo. Y repito, estamos hablando, aparte de espiritualidad, la libertad fundamental es la libertad religiosa. Es mi opinión.
Sigo sin entender bien, ¿no? Porque acá no es confesional, ¿no? Se trata de respetar lo que ya está establecido, pero promover la espiritualidad, asegurarse que cada uno tenga un espacio para el silencio. Porque en el caso de, por ejemplo, de los funcionarios públicos, ¿no? Todo el tiempo como funcionarios públicos tenemos que estar produciendo resultados. Hay un trabajo, estamos acá como, no hay tiempo, no tenemos tiempo. Entonces, el crear un tiempo, el poco tiempo es el espacio privado. ¿Cómo asegurarme que voy a tener un espacio para dedicarme al silencio, digamos? A desarrollar mi espiritualidad? Y que todos tengamos ese espacio, ¿no? Porque fácilmente es capturado, el tiempo es capturado por el entretenimiento, por el consumo, el capital, y por el lado del trabajo, por la productividad, ¿no? Estamos en una sociedad de rendimiento. Entonces, precisamente yo creo que un avance es precisamente esta ley, porque te asegura un espacio de libertad para una mirada interna, cosa que no, por ejemplo, un congresista o alguien que está postulando para ser congresista, que es un funcionario público, tiene que estar pensando en la campaña, tiene que estar en guerra, generalmente pensando en la rivalidad que tiene con el otro. Pero no tiene ese espacio para hacerse las grandes preguntas. Precisamente esta ley es un avance contra ese atropello que son los derechos fundamentales, de los derechos fundamentales. Y tenemos que defender para que nuestras libertades sean auténticas, sean fuertes, tengan fortaleza interior y no sean débiles y no estén en la unidad de cuidados intensivos. Porque finalmente si lo dejamos a la plena libertad de mercado, todo lo que ocurre, finalmente esos espacios de silencio son capturados por el consumo y por la productividad. Y no hay espacios para hacerse las grandes preguntas.
Establecido como obligación, desde mi punto de vista, no garantiza que se espiritualidad.
Exactamente, no garantiza, pero ya es un espacio. Porque al menos aquel que quiere hacerlo, lo va a hacer. Yo soy juez. Y como juez, no solamente tengo el deber de entender al otro, porque el derecho a escuchar al otro, ¿no?, es un deber para el juez. El deber de comprender al otro. Entonces yo tengo que leer lo que dice el demandante y lo que dice el demandado. Pero no basta eso para el derecho. El derecho también significa que pueda informar oralmente cualquiera de las partes. Pero nada nos asegura que cuando la parte hace su informe oral, yo le esté escuchando. De repente estoy pensando otra cosa. Eso va a depender de mí. Pero al menos, como parte, yo tengo la satisfacción de que el juez estuvo frente a mí y estuvo ahí teniendo la posibilidad de escucharme. Algo significa eso, aunque sea. Y es algo que no podemos renunciar.
Now, Dr. Glenn wants to add something on it.
In spite of this interesting conversation and discussion, I think that enough ground has been covered that we are clear on the issue. So I'd like to make a motion that the discussion be ended and that I'm calling for a vote. To do that, we need a second. We need someone to second, and then we need to agree that we can vote on it.
Does someone second? Mr. Chima seconds the proposal. Now, do you want to say something? Discussion? No, I think the time is up for discussion.
We are voting now.
Yes. Yes. Sí. La espiritualidad nace en cada persona, en el interior de cada persona. Entonces, la espiritualidad nace del ser humano hacia el exterior, pero no se puede imponer ni regular, por leyes ni por nada, que sea del exterior hacia el interior. Es más, en mi punto de vista.
I only want to say a technical point. When you use that microphone, we need to speak English because that is in the computer that is programmed to English. And if we speak Spanish through this mic, the translation is lost, and the people that speak English in Zoom are not going to get the message. So sorry. If you want to speak Spanish, you have to turn on your mic in your phone and speak. Maybe you can walk a little to avoid the interference.
Since the agenda item has already been closed for discussion. And I now World Legislative Act 79 is for voting.
Siento que hay una confusión allí sobre espiritualidad.
Nothing is going on record. The discussion is closed, sir. Thank you. Apparently, everyone seems to have voted. Oh, voting is still going on. We'll give another minute. No, wait, somebody is still waiting. It appears everyone has voted. The voting stops now. And the votes are 21 out of 31 for yes and 8 for no, and there are 2 for blank. So the World Legislative Act 79 is accepted and passed. Which is a good sign. World Legislative Act 80. We'll move on to the next agenda. Coffee is being served here to save time and also to facilitate people who are on the Zoom call, who are spending their evening late night. So next item on the agenda is World Legislative Act 80 for the creation of Global Council for Consciousness Development, GCCD, to promote the development of higher levels of human consciousness across diverse regions and cultures. The mission of the council is articulated in this bill. The bill is already open for view and study. The bill is sponsored by Mr. Michael. Michael, are you presenting the bill?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. The bill is presented and is now open for discussion. Before that, a small report by Mr. Michael. Over to Mr. Michael.
Honourable Chair Delegates, let us begin with a simple truth. The key to overcoming the crisis we face is understanding who we truly are. For 2,000 years, humanity has endured wars, colonization, and the systematic shaping of history to benefit a few. Now we confront new frontiers, technology, transhumanism, where our genetics could be altered, artificial intelligence, forces that threaten the very essence of what it is to be a human being. This is a singularity that we do not know what reality will bring us. In this context, we must return to the truth of our consciousness, because it's only through understanding consciousness that we unlock human potential. Now, consciousness is not abstract, it is real. It is a measurable, scientific, verifiable, and universal. It underpins every thought, every heartbeat, and every action, forming the quantum field that connects us all. Science confirms this. Dean Radin, in his many books of Institute of Genetic Science, shows it goes beyond the brain, as was expressed by Willis Harman in 1970 in his book, Global Mind. This shows that there is, in fact, a mind beyond the brain. Consciousness is not defined in the brain, it is defined in the universe. This is described by Stuart Hameroff, the great Nobel Prize winner, who describes subcellular quantum processes that surpass any AI system. Religious and spiritual traditions, from Vedic prana to Buddhist shunyata, which is a dynamic ground of potentiality from emptiness, also recognizes this universal field. Consciousness is life itself. It is not spiritual, it is much more than that. It is the very foundation of our being. It is in every breath, in every heartbeat, in every movement, in every perception. It is there beyond and above and is often undefinable. We are quantum beings. Our bodies and minds emit energy, communicate across distances, and influence physical reality. If we remember the famous physical scientific experiments by Bell and Bell's theorem, and Alain Aspect, who in 1982 demonstrated entanglement, electrons spinning similarly, and by extension linked across space and time will still rotate similarly. They're still interconnected. This shows that we are all entangled. And this is so important when we look at group coherence studies, which show that collective intention can reduce stress, improve health, and even influence events remotely. This is not mystical speculation. This is scientific observation. Work done by the Institute of Noetic Sciences, by the Global Council for Consciousness Development, will in fact coordinate with leading organizations. We will coordinate with leading organizations at Princeton University, Oxford University, HeartMath, Institute of Noetic Sciences, and all other great organizations to map these phenomena and apply them responsibly worldwide. Why we can measure consciousness? Consciousness is empirically measurable. The Global Consciousness Project monitored random event generators around the world. Random generators are atomically inspired. They are completely random, but during major events, such as 9/11, random generators completely deviated. They deviated even before the Twin Tower collapse and during the Twin Tower collapse, reflecting collective human attention. HeartMath research, it confirms our hearts generate electromagnetic fields that in fact enhance the uncurling of our DNA. And these fields radiate up to 12 to 60 feet, synchronizing and influencing others. If we're all in a state of love and coherence, our hearts, our state of enlightenment, they can influence everybody else around us, as I hope was happening in the World Parliament today. We are linked not only by our brains, by our minds, but by our hearts and by a collective intention, a collective coherent vibration and field. This is the essence of the truth. This is why we are at Sri Aurobindo near his ashram. And so I'm saying that Dean Radin's experiments demonstrate intentional thought can alter physical reality. This is micro levels, such as double slit interference tests and random number generators. But while Lynn McTaggart's intention experiments show a much greater intention in sense of changing the way plants grow and changing the reality experienced by those people who take part in these experiments. Just as Masaru Emomoto, I don't know if you're familiar with him, a Japanese man who showed that emotion influences the shape of water when it is crystallized. When there's chaos, water crystallizes into random chaotic patterns. But when there's beauty and love, there are beautiful crystalline shapes brought out from water. Water is a carrier of information. Thus, and then we go further. Albert Pop's discovery of biophotons reveals that we emit coherent light, and this is, and we serve it as communication signals. Our photonic light that each person radiates is full of information. Now, Professor David Orm Johnson of Maharishi University shows that group meditation effect. These experiments done in the 60s, as you remember, also continue today. I spoke to him quite recently. And also, the other person is William Tiller research in the 1970s showed that focused will can accelerate seed growth and inhibit disease, and also it can implant consciousness onto the walls of places, whereby that implant of consciousness then affects people's well-being and sense of being. And that happens in churches and great cathedrals. We feel awe-inspired, not only by the shape, but by the resonance of truth and reality in that particular structure. Thus, I'm saying that embedded in every human being is a quantum process based on consciousness. Now, I'm saying this, and I'm saying this very sincerely, and because we are at a tipping point. We're living in a profound consciousness crisis. Fifth generation warfare. That means that humans are attacking humans. Pervasive surveillance and AI-driven algorithms reduce human beings, us, to data points. Transhumanism promises enhancement, but it risks completely changing the human genome. We are risking our emotion, our empathy, our love, our intuition, our compassion, because this may just increase the cognitive effects of the brain, but forget about the whole body, which is a brain in itself. The whole body is the brain. There's a brain in the head, a brain in the heart, a brain in the gut, a brain in the immune systems, a brain in every cell of the body. And each DNA illuminates and vibrates at hertz, which illuminate and vibrate and radiate light. Thus, logical tipping point where we need to get back to our consciousness level. Understand there's more to human being, just physiological, material basis. We're not reductive entities. We are gestalt. We are enormous, universal, cosmic entities. And this is why I think consciousness is so important. We're not looking at spirituality. We're looking at consciousness. But consciousness includes spirituality. Without consciousness-based interventions, we address only symptoms. Our current dystopia wraps us in fear, division, and mechanistic thinking. Through global consciousness, we can transcend these limitations. We can see the inherent goodness in all humans and reconnect with the universe as we emit light in a living cosmos of light and infinity. We are at a threshold. Either we continue fragmented or we awaken to our collective potential. This can be measured, it can be understood, and there are ways in which we can do this to enhance this consciousness and human potential. So this consciousness project that I am giving with WA is more than that. It is a human potential project. And the Global Council for Consciousness Development provides a structural, actionable response. Its mission is to enhance human potential globally across cultures and geographies through validated research, shared wisdom, and collective practices. The Council is inclusive. Scientists, philosophers, spiritual teachers, and practitioners, and those healers, and those people who can collaborate along a shared vision of trying to find out the ultimate truth. Not to preach or control. We don't want to do that. We're not having anything like that. It's to map, understand, and disseminate knowledge. The Council draws on empirical science and spiritual traditions. It integrates quantum practices, quantum physics and entanglement studies, heart-mind coherent research. It integrates ancient practices such as meditation, prana, and shunyata. It integrates modern consciousness mapping frameworks like Ken Wilber's integral theory and spiral dynamics. Its works reveals human capacities often go unrecognized. We have absolute immense potential, but we are completely dumbed down at the moment. And really, we need, sorry.
Since he has already, since Mr. Michael has presented the report, it is open for discussion now, and we have another 15 minutes left on this item. So the discussion is open for, the item is open for discussion. Any thoughts? Are there any questions on the Zoom? No. There are no questions there. Okay. So since there are no questions, the motion is presented for voting. World Legislative Act 80, which is for creation of Global Council for Government, GCCD, is now open for voting. Oh, since all have voted, out of 30, 27 for yes. So you see 28, okay, 28 now, I stand corrected, 28 for yes, 2 for no, and there are no blanks, so, oh, it's going up. Okay. We'll give one more minute.
How much more did you have to go? You were near the end, were you?
Hmm.
Can you hear them at the moment?
Yeah.
Put your hand up, they'll.
See.
Oh. How your time is only?
Okay, the time is up, voting time is closed now. The final voting is.
A huge yes. Enormous yes.
29 for yes, 2 for no, and no, 2 for blanks. So the motion is accepted. World Legislative Act 80 is accepted and passed. Thank you.
Okay.
The next item on the agenda is World Legislative Act 81, which is for creation a bill for resolution to establish a World Commission for Healthy Living and Sports, sponsored by Justice Crispy. Justice Crispy, if you are if you are presenting it, go ahead and if you have anything to say, you can say it briefly, please. Justice Crispy.
Gracias, profesor Murti. En esta oportunidad también Carolina Luila tiene preparadas algunas diapositivas, las va a compartir y va a fundamentar el tema.
Sir, you need to speak a bit louder, please. I can't hear you.
He said like I will present in this time as well. So in behalf of the judge, Quispe Salsavica, please. It will also take me just no more than 10 minutes. Okay. 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 Good morning.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Good morning again, everyone. In this opportunity,
you need to speak in Spanish, please.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise,
Okay. Sorry.
translation won't work.
Okay, sorry. Buenos días o buenas tardes a todos nuevamente. Hoy se va a exponer sobre el no ver solo el deporte como algo bueno para la salud, sino como un camino para pensar mejor y encontrarnos con nosotros mismos. Sin embargo, si vayamos a reflexionar sobre el modelo de nuestra vida actual, nosotros nos hemos vuelto más sedentarios, ¿sí? Por lo tanto, se propone la necesidad de la creación de un ministerio de la vida saludable y de deportes, ¿ok? Sobre todo para fortalecer, ¿sí?, nuestra vida personal, nuestro espíritu, ¿ok? Y que el Estado finalmente deba promover esta competencia, ¿no? No solo, no en sí para ganar, sino finalmente para promover nuestra salud, ¿sí? Para promover, ¿no? Este deporte para la vida de nuestro cuidado de nuestro cuerpo propio. ¿Okay? En sí, la Organización Mundial de la Salud, ¿no? Nos advierte que nuestra vida actualmente es sedentaria, ¿sí? Nuestros hábitos entre los años 2020 y a 2030, casi como 500 millones de personas desarrollan enfermedades no transmisibles como la diabetes tipo 2, cardiopatías o ciertos tipos de cáncer directamente asociados por la inactividad física. El costo sanitario global se estima en unos 300.000 millones de dólares en estos 11 años. El sedentarismo aumenta el riesgo de obesidad, hipertensión, trastornos musculoesqueléticos y además afecta seriamente a la salud mental. Más ansiedad, más depresión, menos autoestima. Y no solo daña al individuo, incrementa el gasto en salud, reduce la productividad laboral y genera un ciclo negativo intergeneracional, ¿no? Porque los niños copian los hábitos sedentarios de los adultos. Por eso hoy el sedentarismo es una epidemia silenciosa. No la vemos en los titulares todos los días, pero está detrás de muchas muertes prematuras y de un enorme sufrimiento evitable. Por eso que el deporte y la actividad física cotidiana aparecen entonces no como un lujo, sino como una necesidad urgente de salud pública. Y llevémonos a reflexionar si verdaderamente nos hemos preguntado si el deporte, ¿no? Finalmente es parte, ¿no es así? No es un lujo, sino finalmente una necesidad, ¿no? Actualmente nadie habla sobre ello. Diversos antropólogos, por ejemplo, como Daniel Lieberman, de la Universidad de Harvard, ¿no? Sostiene que correr nos hace humanos, ¿no? En su famoso artículo en Nature sobre el Homo Runner, ¿no? Él y su colega Abraham demuestran que el género Homo, ¿no? Desarrolló adaptaciones anatómicas y fisiológicas específicas para la carrera de correr a largas distancias, ¿no? Nuestro cuerpo está preparado para ello, pero no lo ejercemos, no lo hacemos, ¿sí? Esto significa, ¿no? Que nuestro cuerpo pasa actualmente por una vida sedentaria. Si bien está diseñado para correr, se ha evolucionado para caminar, para correr largas distancias, pero actualmente no lo ejercitamos, ¿sí? Desde el punto de vista físico, el deporte ha evidenciado contundentemente razones, ¿no? Para la salud, ¿no? Para protegernos ante estos riesgos de enfermedades, ¿sí? La actividad ayuda a regular, por ejemplo, la salud en la sangre, ¿no? Mejora el perfil del colesterol y la presión, entre otros. Además, el deporte es un ejercicio que muestra la fuerza, la madurez, ¿no? Protege a toda nuestra integridad. Pero aquí lo más interesante, ¿no? Es que esto traduce en cosas muy concretas de la vida diaria, ¿sí? Por ejemplo, ¿no? Ahora subir escaleras, ¿no? Nos cuesta. Es muy fácil actualmente, ¿no? Porque tenemos, no tan solo con el tema de la tecnología, ¿no? Que nos ayuda a dar una vida más fácil, sino finalmente, ¿qué pasa con nuestro cuerpo, ¿no? Nuestra vida cotidiana. Finalmente ya no existe tanta autonomía, ¿no? En nuestra vida para fortalecernos, ¿no? Es así que no solo el cuerpo se beneficia, sino también el cerebro, ¿sí? Entonces, existen varios estudios que hablan sobre ello, ¿no? Que literalmente el ejercicio modela o remodela nuestro cerebro, aumenta finalmente a pensar, ¿no? A tener una mejor irrigación en el cerebro, para que finalmente esto desvincula, ¿no? A ayudarnos a manejar contra el estrés diario que tenemos, ¿no? Y también, por ejemplo, el estrés, la ansiedad, la depresión. ¿Quiénes ahora, preguntémonos, dormimos tranquilos, ¿no? Si nosotros vemos en la vida diaria, no, finalmente no ejercitamos este cuerpo, ¿no? Finalmente tenemos una vida muy sedentaria, ¿sí? nosotros hablamos finalmente de un cuerpo ya desde el lado de un ser vivo, un ser consciente, ¿sí? Por eso que el deporte puede ser también un camino de encuentro con uno mismo. Mientras movamos el cuerpo, se aparecen determinadas preguntas, como nos descubrimos a nosotros mismos, finalmente hay una fortaleza no tan solo física, sino mental, buscamos nuestro interior y nuestra paz, ¿no es así? Tenemos varios ejemplos, ¿no? Que el Estado finalmente ya está promoviendo, ¿no? Porque está despertando de ese letargo, ¿no? De la vida facilista y sedentaria. Por ejemplo, en Bogotá, ¿no? Se construyen más de 100 kilómetros, ¿no? De calles para que corran, ¿no? Sin autos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, los domingos. Lo mismo sucede en Perú también. A veces las calles, los domingos se cierran para promover una vida más saludable, ¿sí? También en Europa, por ejemplo, ¿no? Encontramos más caminos de bicicleta, de promoción sobre todo, ¿no? Para nosotros mismos. Finalmente, sí, lo que se busca, ¿no? Es que encontrar, ¿no? A la persona, no tan solo desde el punto de vista mental, sino también la fortaleza física que ello conlleva a la promoción de una vida más saludable. Por eso es que se considera que es necesario finalmente promover esta salud, ¿no? A nosotros. Ok, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The bill is now presented and explained. Now, any discussion on it? Anybody has any comment to make? 5 minutes, please.
Tal vez solamente quería resaltar un punto que creo que se dijo, pero quería resaltarlo nada más. Es este tema de que se diagnostica un sistema, digamos, cultural vigente de un deporte competitivo, donde a nivel mundial se incentiva, digamos, ver, por ejemplo, el fútbol, el Mundial del Fútbol, como parte de la rivalidad de los estados, ¿no? Entonces, donde se busca ganar y el otro pierda, ¿no? Pero se desliga de una visión cultural en la que sea relacionar el deporte con la salud, ¿no? Con el conocimiento de uno mismo, con el conocimiento personal, corporal de uno mismo y de su salud. Entonces, esa es el salir de este sistema cultural predominante o promover este sistema, el horizonte de una cultura de paz, pasa por sacar al deporte o mover este deporte para esta visión unida al cuidado del propio cuerpo, al cultivo de sí, que es congruente, entendemos, con una cultura de paz.
Thank you, Justice Crispy. Personally agree with you that sports should help in building bridges between cultures and also promote harmony among different cultures, and they should not lead to enmity or rivalry between cultures. So this is a wonderful bill presented now. Open for vote. Open for vote. World Legislative Act 81 is for vote.
அதெல்லாம் ஷோ பண்ண மாட்டோம் அதை ஒர்க் முடிச்சு வந்து திரும்பி பேச்சு போட்டால் வேற நேற்று போடல
எனக்கு பிறகு இந்த லிஸ்ட் போடுறாரு மேல அதனால இன்னைக்கு வேண்டாம்
நான் என்ன பண்ணணும்?
அப்போ ஆர்டிஸ்ட் கட்டிக்கணும் முடிஞ்சு அவங்களை காட்டுது ஊற்றி போல ஃப்ரீ டைமில் ஆர்டிஸ்ட் கட்டுறாங்க அவங்க ஓட்டு போடுறாங்க
சரி சரி அது ஓட்டு போடுறது இருக்கும்.
அப்படியே ஏகப்பட்ட பஞ்சாயத்து ஏகப்பட்ட பஞ்சாயத்து இந்த பன்னெண்டு பயன்படுத்துறது பயன்படுத்துறது உள்ள போனது 12 மணி ஆகும் எவ்வளோ கட்சியிலும் பாட்டு வந்துடுவாங்க இது வந்து ரொம்ப விஷயம் அவன் அவங்க வெளியில் வந்துருப்பான் வந்துட்டு போனங்க வந்து அதுதான் கலக்கம்
So we'll close the voting on this.
தோணுச்சு பட்டோ நானும் தோணும் பட்டோ
So the final tally is
இது எதுக்கு வச்சுக்கிறீங்க
28 in favor, 1 against, and none blank. So with the 28 for in favor, the bill is passed. The bill for resolution of World Commission for Healthy Living and Sports is passed. Thank you. Since we have already had the tea here with we may move on unless we have any other. So the next bill is World Legislative Act 82 for bill for resolution to enter the letter to the children of Pratt with a commentary by Justice David Crispy into the records of World Parliament. Justice Crispy, 10 minutes.
Gracias, profesor. Y también en esta oportunidad, Carolina Alvilán tiene preparadas algunas diapositivas sobre el tema.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos nuevamente. Yo voy a hablar sobre el discurso sobre la carta a los hijos de Pratt. Un momento, por favor. Ok. Ok, muy buenos días a todos nuevamente. Hoy me gustaría invitarles sobre todo a mirar a nuestra historia, ¿no? De alguna manera u otra, nuestro presente se conecta siempre a una historia, a nuestros países, ¿no? Con su historia. No solo como una sucesión de batallas, por ejemplo, lo que usualmente ha pasado en nuestros países, o en fechas o banderas, sino como pensemos en un espacio de reflexión, de aprender sobre nuestro pasado, en las cuales vemos ciertos gestos de humanidad, capaces de cambiar el rumbo de nuestros pueblos. Las cartas de los hijos de Pratt nace precisamente, ¿no? De ahí, de la memoria de la guerra, del Pacífico, ¿no? De lo que sucedió en el Perú, de los combates navales entre Iquique y Angamos, donde murieron Arturo Prat y Miguel Grau, héroes de Chile y de Perú respectivamente. En los relatos oficiales solemos destacar el valor militar, el sacrificio patriótico, pero esta carta nos propone algo más, a reconocer que incluso en medio de la guerra, estos dos hombres encarnaron una moral cívica, humana, que hoy puede ayudarnos a entender lo que pasa actualmente, ¿no? Entonces, dentro de estas dos naciones en guerra, podemos preguntarnos, ¿puede existir la paz entre dos naciones en guerra? ¿No? Es por eso que, ¿no? esta carta a los hijos de Prat, ¿no? Este documento, ¿sí? Este documento a los hijos de Prat, esta carta, ¿no? Que hace Prat hacia sus hijos, ¿no? Sobre todo es dirigido a los jueces y a los ciudadanos de buena voluntad y finalmente, se presenta finalmente en este Parlamento Mundial, ¿no? Pero hay que preguntarnos, ¿qué legado del pasado nos puede llevar, ¿no? A entender este futuro y a comprenderlo? ¿Sí? Esta carta, para entender un poco la situación, ¿no? De qué es esta carta, vamos a recordar un episodio en concreto, ¿sí? ¿Qué pasó en el Perú, no? Este conflicto que llevó, sobre todo en la Guerra del Pacífico entre Perú y Chile. Hubo un combate en especial en el Perú, llamado Combate de Iquique, en donde Miguel Grau, perteneciente al Perú, comandante del monitor Huáscar, ¿no? Recoge en el medio, ¿no? Durante el tiempo de guerra entre Perú y Chile, ¿no? Recoge determinados objetos personales de Arturo Prat, que pertenecía a Chile. Por ejemplo, su espada, su anillo, algunas fotos familiares, pequeñas reliquias. Y en lugar de conservar Miguel Grau, por parte de Perú, como trofeo de guerra, ¿no? Decide Miguel Grau devolver estos objetos pertenecientes, ¿no? A Arturo Prat, de Arturo Prat, ¿no? De Chile. Le devuelve a la viuda de este Arturo Prat, doña Carmela Carvajal, y en la cual, al devolver estos objetos de valor, ¿no? Sobre todo sentimental, acompaña una carta donde expresa sus condolencias y reconoce la valentía de este marinero chileno. Carmela Carvajal, ¿no? La esposa de Arturo Prat de Chile, responde con otra carta muy sobrecogedora, ¿no? A Miguel Grau y le agradece su gesto, su nobleza, valora sus palabras, así la memoria, ¿no? De su esposo y llega a decirle a Grau que tiene un corazón muy noble, que de haber podido se habría interpuesto entre el matador y la víctima para evitar un sacrificio, ¿no? Estéril para su patria y desastroso sobre todo para su corazón. No es el lenguaje del odio, es el lenguaje de la empatía en medio del dolor. Entonces, estas dos cartas, la de Grau y la de Carmela, encontramos la semilla de lo que hoy queremos destacar, esto es, la posibilidad de reconocer a la humanidad, ¿no? De romper esta lógica del trofeo y el rencor, de la rencilla y de la enemistad. ¿Para qué? Para abrir la puerta a una memoria compartida entre dos países que algún día se enfrentaron, ¿no? Pero que están llamados finalmente a ser hermanos nuevamente. Es preciso, ¿no? Que esta carta, ¿no? Represente sobre todo a un juez, podemos representarlo a un juez justo. En la guerra, ¿no? Él era un jefe de la Marina de Guerra, Prat, ¿no? Parte del Poder Ejecutivo, ¿no? Y más tarde del Parlamento, vinculado sobre todo a ello, ¿no? Para esto, Arturo Prat, ¿no? Actúa como si fuera un juez, evalúa la situación, reconoce la dignidad del otro, perdón, Miguel Grau, ¿no? Actúa como si fuese un juez, evalúa la situación, la dignidad de su oponente, ¿no? En ese medio de la guerra, ¿no? Por ejemplo, y la espada, el objeto de Prat, ¿no? Finalmente son representaciones que van más allá de la parte militar, ¿no? Es así, ¿no? Que esta carta a los hijos de Prat, ¿no? Promueve jueces probos del Perú que reconocen en Grau, ¿no? Como un padre y su decisión sobre todo a la más justo de un tribunal, lo que nosotros buscamos actualmente y recogemos finalmente de la historia, ¿sí? Que nos ayuda a comprender cómo los ciudadanos ven, ¿no? A estos jueces, por ejemplo, en el Perú, ¿no? Que es lo que significan para ellos, ¿no? Este legado, esta carta, ¿no? Nos demuestra, finalmente es un muy gran ejemplo. Nos invita a reflexionar si realmente mira, sobre todo la sociedad, ¿no? En el medio de esta guerra, ¿no? Bueno, en esta reflexión, ¿no? Lo que se invita finalmente es a ver la parte de cómo nosotros podemos asimilar con los jueces actualmente, por ejemplo, los jueces honestos, que ejercen sobre todo el poder, ¿no? Para enfrentar las situaciones, ¿no? Que en el sistema de justicia que se propone. Esta carta, ¿no? Propone que en los sistemas de justicia de ambos países asuman un rol protagónico en la construcción ética regional compartida, ¿no? Entre Chile y Perú, por ejemplo, y otros países, ¿no? En las cuales finalmente vemos, ¿no? El día de hoy que existen muchas guerras, ¿no? Sin embargo, en medio de ello, ¿por qué no hay siempre hay una señal, ¿no? De amistad, de confraternidad, ¿sí? Una ética, sobre todo regional, compartidas, en el caso nosotros vemos, ¿no? Con los jueces, ¿sí? Que cruzan fronteras, ¿no? No como un símbolo de odio, sino finalmente fronteras que respetan a la dignidad, sobre todo la dignidad humana, ¿no? Ante cualquier abuso de poder. Uno de los puntos más delicados y profundos de esta carta es la propuesta de devolver, por ejemplo, el monitor Huáscar al Perú, y se planteando transformar que durante muchas décadas, por ejemplo, fue como un trofeo de guerra, ¿no? Sin embargo, no hay que verlo de esta manera, sino que finalmente nos lleva a reflexionar, ¿sí? En nuestra memoria, ¿no? Que debe ser, ¿no? Como un símbolo de amistad, sobre todo si es que ellos, este monitor Huáscar, ¿sí? Finalmente, ¿no? Nosotros tenemos esta tarea, ¿no? De asumir que los hombres y mujeres, ¿no? Probos de la región, ¿no? Llevarnos a esta reflexión, ¿no? Que en un momento, por ejemplo, ¿no? Hoy como representantes, como hijos, ya sea de Grau o de Prat, ¿no? En nuestros países, tal vez nosotros no seamos indiferentes, ¿no? O ver la deshumanización, sino sobre todo construir gestos concretos de reconciliación. Si lo hacemos, ¿no? Vamos a dejar no solamente un documento histórico, ¿no? Como en este caso de las cartas de los hijos de Prat, ¿no? Sino para convertirse sobre todo en una ruta ética para nuestro tiempo, para nuestro legado de nuestra sociedad. ¿Sí? Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With the presentation made, now the forum is open for quick discussion. Any comments on the discussion on World Legislative Act 82?
Profesor, quisiera resaltar nada más que la idea de esta propuesta es que siempre vamos a encontrar países en los cuales, o naciones en las cuales ha habido conflictos históricos, ¿no? En el caso del Perú es lo que ha descrito Carolina Luis. Ella ha descrito en el caso del Perú el caso de la Carta de los Hijos de Prat, cómo estamos construyendo, en el Perú estamos construyendo ante ese conflicto, una lectura común que vaya hacia un horizonte de abrir la paz entre los dos países, ¿no? Y siempre entre dos naciones que han estado en guerra hay situaciones en las cuales en medio, digamos, de la guerra entre los estados hay historias personales de individuos que más allá de lo que dijeron sus estados, estuvieron armando una situación de paz en medio de conflicto o de respeto, de dignidad entre personas individuales, singulares. Y esa es la tragedia que hubo en el caso de Grau y Prat, que se conocieron antes de la guerra incluso. Entonces se produce una situación trágica, ¿no? Entonces la idea de esta ley es promover esa lectura común y resaltar esos hechos históricos entre naciones que están en guerra y poner como ejemplo este caso de la Carta de los Hijos de Prat. Nada más.
Thank you, Justice Crispy. Now, the bill is ready to be voted upon. Voting starts now for World Legislative Act 82. Okay. Zaklina, we saw your hand going up there. Did you have something to say on it? Zaklina from Macedonia.
Hi to everyone. Best regards to all participants. And I raise my hand to discuss a little bit about Professor before. I'm agree with everything that what is scientifically we need to follow and connect new research in spirituality. That was my confirmation because I'm long time in spiritual aspects and psychology and human nature. So if we reach higher level of connection between mental, emotional, physical, and energetic or spiritual capacity or on the level of personality, my personal belief is that we will raise the collective awareness, and with this, more justice, more knowledge, more acknowledgement what we are, where we are, and what we need to do. That was, I raised my hand for previous discussion. I'm so sorry because I'm not there with you in personal. I was not able to come, but I hope that this is really something significant what we are doing now, and all my support to all delegates who are successfully participate there in Pondicherry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zaklina. Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Leopoldo, please start the voting for World Legislative Act 82. 82. 82. The voting is on now. Hope everyone has voted. Now we'll close the voting on World Legislative Act 82. Voting, we close, please. The count is 27 for yes, 5 for no, 1 blank. So with the 27 votes in favor of the bill is accepted and passed. Thank you. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda, legislative bill for global citizenship resolution, which is sponsored by Justice Crispy. Justice Crispy, you can present also, you can on it in case you wish to.
Sobre este tema va a exponer Gino Avianeta, tiene preparadas algunas diapositivas, se está esperando que lo acepten. Nervic, no sé si ya lo aceptó.
Está aceptado.
¿Estás, Jaynor? ¿Estás ahí?
Buenos,
A ver, ¿puedes presentar
buenos
las
días, sí,
diapositivas?
estoy aquí. Ahora comienzo, gracias. Ok, me escuchan, ¿verdad?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Algo más puesto, ¿no? Sí.
Sí, yes. Listo.
No sound, please. Are you talking?
Muy bien, gracias. Señoras, señores, ¿en qué momento de nuestra cuenta bancaria? Mi nombre es Jaynor Avellaneda, soy peruano y vengo a hablar de la resolución WLA 83, titulada de Ciudad Global para un INE libre en el mundo, que es presentada por el delegado doctor David Quispe, a quien es un honor representar. No es una propuesta más histórica. Bueno, para empezar, vamos a ir por partes. Quiero correr la diapositiva. Ok. Ok. Primero, hemos identificado ciertas realidades problemáticas que consideramos relevantes para luego nuestra concreta. Vemos que en casi todas las partes de la Tierra, la ciudadanía sigue siendo un privilegio territorial. Quien no pertenece a un Estado-nación concreto ve a sus derechos humanos frecuentemente violados. Esto es justo, esto era moralmente razonable en el siglo XXI, bueno, que realmente no lo creo. Peor aún, el sistema de guerra que sostiene a los estados-nación convierte al otro en enemigo colectivo. Es decir, cada bandera autoriza el asesinato masivo del portador de otra bandera. Y mientras tanto, las rivalidades nacionales intentan, con censura, con prácticas de odio, políticas de odio, propagandas también, limitar la interconectividad entre los ciudadanos del mundo. Es como decir, nos dividen para poder, de alguna manera, matarnos con la conciencia tranquila. Bueno, pero algo creo que ha cambiado irreversiblemente, innegablemente. Es un hecho ya que el mundo se digitaliza. El teléfono móvil, la inteligencia, las redes distribuidas han convertido la comunicación planetaria en una capacidad biológica casi tan natural como respirar, como por ejemplo tomar un vaso de agua. Por primera vez en la historia, la comunidad humana puede hablarse a sí misma en tiempo real, sin intermediarios, sin fronteras. Esta es la mayor revolución antropológica desde la invención de la escritura, desde hace muchísimos años. Sin embargo, ¿quién controla esta revolución? Transnacionales, fines de lucro y muy poderosas. Ellas deciden quién habla, según la capacidad de pago y el contenido a revelar. Se convierten, pues, de alguna manera, el ágora global, que es el Internet, en un centro de contenido comercial. Y nosotros, que el ejercicio de libertad de expresión, o no aceptamos, que dependa de si podemos pagar la suscripción, por ejemplo, ¿no? Esto sería interpretado como una vergüenza para la civilización. Bueno, frente a este panorama que es terriblemente problemático, es importante invocar la Constitución para la Federación de la Tierra, ¿no? Su artículo primero, que es radicalmente sencillo, establece lo siguiente: toda persona nacerá y ciudadana de la Tierra, con los mismos derechos y las mismas obligaciones que cualquier otra. Entre esos derechos se encuentra eh, explícitamente el derecho a la comunicación mutua, al debate y a la discusión. Con esto decimos que lo que estamos planteando aquí no es de ninguna manera una utopía, es ley vigente para quienes decidan reconocerla en el mundo. Por eso, en esta 16ª sesión del Parlamento Provisional, del Parlamento Mundial Provisional, reafirmamos hoy esta dimensión constitucional universal en el contexto de la revolución digital y proclamamos el derecho fundamental a ser reconocido como ser humano en un mundo de globalidad y digitalización tecnológica. Afirmamos que la ciudadanía global en este siglo requiere 3 condiciones inseparables. Primero, identificación universal como ciudadano de la Tierra y no como súbdito de un Estado-nación. Alfabetización digital como un nuevo alfabetismo básico de la especie humana. Acceso universal y gratuito a los elementos básicos del Internet libre mundial. Bueno, porque sin acceso a la red no hay libertad de expresión posible. Sin libertad de expresión no hay democracia posible. Y sin democracia no hay paz posible. Por todo ello, creemos convincentemente que el Internet libre no es un lujo tecnológico. Es la infraestructura mínima de la ciudadanía planetaria. En la circunstancia actual, el sistema nervioso de la humanidad, ¿no? Por lo que negarle a alguien conexión en este siglo resulta equivalente a negarle oxígeno en el siglo pasado. Y nadie, ni el Estado, ni las corporaciones transnacionales, tienen derecho a asfixiar a un ser humano. Con estas exigencias, la comunidad humana necesita un espacio público, global, gratuito, inalienable y protegido. El espacio se llama Internet Mundial Libre, en tanto derecho fundamental de acceso universal. Gracias por su atención y gracias sobre todo por su futura complicidad en hacer todo lo expuesto realidad.
Thank you. With that presentation, The bill is open for discussion, further discussion. Any questions on this? Anything else to be added? World Legislation Act 83. Any hand going up on Zoom? No. Okay. If nobody has a question, then the bill is being placed for voting. Voting, please. World Legislative Act 83. Voting starts now. Let it take time. We are working on a global plan, so we'll give them a minute more. We can also correct it if there is a late. Okay. With all people probably voting, now we'll close the voting on this. Thank you. In favor 31, 0 against, no blanks. Oh, this is fantastic. With all 31 unanimously voting for World Legislative Act 83, the bill is accepted unanimously and passed. Thank you. This is a unanimous resolution. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, World Legislative Act 84, Bill for Authorization of World Parliament University, sponsored by Professor Murthy. A concept and history presented by Murthy and Dr. Glenn. Now as a sponsor, I have one or two things to share here. Earth Constitution World Federation is a phenomenal idea which we have been doing it worldwide. Lot of activity which is happening all over the world in different regions. But we still perceive that there is a need for taking this up at educational level, at various levels, possibly at school, college, university, graduation, post-graduation, research, postdoctoral research, etc., etc. There is a huge scope. Myself being also associated with academics, we have seen this kind of a requirement coming from different levels. So that's why the point to be considered is Earth Constitution oriented education and programs to cover all aspects under the Earth Constitution, including those under 7.3.11, that is the administrative departments. And the third part is cover these programs in all possible languages at regional levels. This is a challenge which people have asked, but one advantage is, at least in India, my observation has been 70% of our members are from academic field. So the teachers have taken up the responsibility that they will do all that is possible. So regional programs can happen. The fourth is very important, which requires the consent of the parliament to float certificate, diploma level programs and also participate in advanced research and also collaborate with universities if required, or otherwise independently grant basic these programs be offered under the Provisional World Parliament, I mean the World Parliament University. So this is the proposal from my side. I request Dr. Martin to.
Thank you. I just want to review the fact that the Graduate School of World Problems was founded as a World Legislative Act in 1982 at the very first session of the Provisional World Parliament that took place in Brighton, England. And it's founded, of course, as Professor Murthy was saying, under the authority of the Earth Constitution, which emphasizes a world university system. So the Graduate School of World Problems has been going on since 1982. And it was channeled into the Institute on World Problems, which was founded in 2003. So the Graduate School of World Problems was part of the Institute on World Problems from 2003 down to 2021. In 2021, the Institute on World Problems became the Earth Constitution Institute that is now sponsoring the Parliament and so on. So it has this long history. And what Professor Murthy is suggesting is now we're putting it into action in India with all the academics there and so on. We're going to be actually elaborating the curriculum and the intent of this World University, World Parliament University. Thank you.
Add one more part to what Dr. Glenn said, sir, with your permission, and if the consensus is available among the members present here, we can even extend this to other parts of the world as well. For the time being, it is planned from India. It's planned online. Any other region comes forward to any academician from other part of the world is working with us, we will be happy to extend this to any other region and all other regions where possible, and that is what is the need of the hour. So with that, this item of agenda is open for discussion. Any other thoughts or any other comments? No other hand going up on Zoom. So, okay, now with that, we'll place this for voting. World Legislative Act 84, a bill for activation of World Parliament University, accredited autonomous body, providing educational programs related to the aspects covered under that constitution. For vote. Voting is now on. Wow. Voting meter not moving further, we presume that all have voted. Again, this is one spectacular voting. With voting be closed now. Yes, please. 30 for 30 for yes, 0 for no, 0 for no. Thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate and thank everyone for voting unanimously on this. And with the we'll see the launch very soon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
May I ask?
Congratulations. Thank you. Gracias. Felicidades.
Yeah, congratulations. Along with this, I want to know more about it. As you said, this is the university which is self-accredited. I think when something is self-accredited, it is not well accepted in the academia. We need to do something where we can get accreditation. And once it is accredited by some body, accreditation body, then it gives it will get its recognition. So this is just the one point from my side. Otherwise, a good decision.
Thank you, sir. But one clarification we wish to say is, world government is the highest authority in the administration.
Okay.
And all other national governments come under the world government. So we are willing to have an affiliate and help. But I think the sovereign human citizens can decide for themselves in matters related to education. Let us bring in a change, at least in the field of education, and let's start doing something. But we are open for universities, colleges, everywhere, wherever possible, because the government governments may not accept this idea. We have experienced that because the name itself has been put on hold and they have not approved it. So anyway, so thank you so much for your comments and.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Amar Singh, you have something to say? Please go ahead. Quick, 2 minutes.
मी अनिल पाटील बोलतो कोल्हापूर होय
So
तुमचा नंबर सेव्ह आहे का हा अमित सराठी
no.
ठीक आहे चला आपली सर
Is he saying something?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mute the mic in the background, please. So this item is closed now. World Legislative Act is again accepted unanimously. Thanks. Now the next item on the agenda is lunch break. If members permit, we can move on because normally the lunch break here is at 1:30. We can cover the remaining unless we want to have a quick lunch. Can we move it to 1:30? Why? No, it will be at 1:30. Only 2 minutes? 22 minutes. Oh, 22 minutes. We can cover the remaining agenda. Can we, with permission, can we move on? Yeah, okay, thank you. Now we'll, Amit, can we keep your song at the end?
Yeah.
Sure, thanks. The song agenda is moved to the end. With the next item on the agenda is World Legislative Act 85, a bill for global framework law on population, migration, and social sustainability. Juan Camilo Silva, the bill, can you move the bill, please? Are you moving? Juan? Are you there? Camilo, are you there?
Mami, te están hablando.
Oh, please move the bill and then make your presentation quick. Yes.
Ahora
Please
sí.
go ahead.
Delegados y delegadas de diferentes partes del mundo. La Ley Marco Global para la Población y la Migración y la Sostenibilidad Social busca crear un equilibrio justo entre el crecimiento poblacional, la migración humana y el bienestar social a escala local, nacional y mundial. Esta ley reconoce la migración como un derecho humano, una redistribución solidaria de la fuerza laboral entre regiones y fortalece la salud frente al envejecimiento poblacional e impulsa el trabajo digno, la sostenibilidad económica y el consumo responsable. Todo bajo la coordinación de la Federación de la Tierra. Es una ley para prevenir crisis futuras y construir un modelo de desarrollo humano justo, ordenado y sostenible. Uno, esta ley convierte la inmigración en una oportunidad, el envejecimiento en un desafío solidario y la población en una fuerza para la justicia social mundial. Dos, no es solo una ley demográfica, es una ley para equilibrar trabajo, dignidad humana y sostenibilidad en todo el planeta. Tres, con esta ley dejamos atrás el caos poblacional y avanzamos hacia una organización humana justa, ordenada y sostenible. Esta ley no es utopía, es planificación responsable. Hoy el mundo ya enfrenta envejecimiento, migraciones masivas y crisis laborales. No planificar, eso sí sería irresponsable. La migración no se prohíbe ni se desordena, se organiza con dignidad y justicia, cooperación y entre regiones. No es un gasto, es una inversión en estabilidad social, paz, productividad humana. Esta ley coordina, no impone, respeta lo local, fortalece lo nacional y armoniza lo mundial. Demografía, trabajo, salud y clima ya están conectados. Esta ley solo ordena lo que el mundo ya vive sin control. Hoy no votamos solo una ley, votamos la capacidad del mundo de planificar su futuro con justicia, equilibrio y visión planetaria. Esta ley protege a los niños que nacerán, a los jóvenes que emigrarán y a los mayores que envejecen. Es una ley para toda la vida humana. Si queremos una verdadera federación de la Tierra, debemos empezar por organizar a la humanidad con dignidad, trabajo y sostenibilidad. Esta ley es ese primer paso. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now, the bill being presented now. Any questions, discussion on the subject? Any points to be discussed on this? Any question, any hands going up on Zoom? No. With no questions on, the bill is now moved to be voted upon. Voting, please. Voting starts now. With no movements on the voting tab, we believe that everyone has voted. Voting be closed, please. The tally is 25 for yes, 3 for no, 0 for blank. So with 25 votes going in favor of the bill for global framework law on population, migration and social sustainability is accepted and passed. Thank you.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Oh, still we can finish. Yeah, we can try that. The next item on the agenda is World Legislative Act 86, which is a bill for World Legislative Act on civil asset forfeiture related to illegal activities in weapons of mass destruction, including nuclear weapons, in favor of those caused to human community. Sponsor is Justice Crispy. Some background will be provided by Dr. Glenn Martin. Now, Dr. Crispy, can you move the bill and also make your presentation, please?
Gracias, profesor. Voy a compartir unas diapositivas.
You are not audible, sir. Please speak a little louder.
¿Se ve? ¿Se puede ver? You can see?
Increase.
You can see the slides?
We can see, we are trying to increase the volume.
¿No? ¿Puede ver?
I think we have increased the volume, but we still hear it feeble. Go ahead. Justice Crispy, please go ahead.
Quiero compartir unas diapositivas. Quería compartir unas diapositivas.
Yeah,
no
please,
sé si
go ahead.
¿La ven?
No.
¿La ven o no la ven?
No, no.
No la ven, ¿no?
No.
¿O sí? ¿Sí?
No.
You can see? You can see o no?
No, David.
Ah, ya. Voy a ver qué es lo que está pasando acá, ¿no? Esto debería... ¿Cómo hago para...? No lo veo acá. Acá creo. ¿Ahora sí?
It's coming up, yeah.
¿Ya? Bueno, esta propuesta de ley 86, en español le decimos Ley Universal de Extinción de Dominio. Extinción de dominio es como si fuera una confiscación, una incautación de bienes relacionados con actividades ilícitas, destrucción masiva. Bueno, sabemos que con armas de destrucción masiva se incluían las armas nucleares, son actividades ilícitas para la Constitución Mundial, ¿no? Eso está desde que la Constitución Mundial ha sido suscrita. Pero acá lo que se resalta es que todas esas actividades van a tener una consecuencia de extinción de dominio. Las armas nucleares a favor de la comunidad. Esto forma parte de todo un paquete que nosotros en la sección Perú, todas las propuestas que hemos estado formulando, le hemos llamado Measure Assertiveness Control Citizen Human Against to Power Illegitimate, que es un acróstico, que son las iniciales de MACCHU, es algo representativo del Perú. nosotros en la Comisión de Revisión Legislativa se acordó aprobar esta propuesta con la condición a la Comisión de Secretaría Permanente para integrarla con el Acta Mundial Legislativa número 13, así como con otras actas mundiales. ¿Por qué? Porque hay precedentemente leyes mundiales que tienen relación con la regulación de estas actividades ilícitas. Entonces se ha acordado, la aprobación es con la idea de que se integren todas en un paquete, ¿no? Esta es la idea con la cual se aprobó al interior de la Comisión de Revisión Legislativa. Entonces tenemos acá la Ley Mundial número 13, de alguna manera también la Ley Mundial número 1, la 34, la 50, tienen alguna relación con esta propuesta de ley. Ahora vamos a enfocarnos en lo que es propio, digamos, lo singular de esta propuesta. Puede ser que esta idea de la confiscación, no solamente de las armas de destrucción masiva, sino de las ganancias obtenidas a raíz de la fabricación, del transporte, la conservación, el almacenamiento, la investigación alrededor de estas actividades. Porque no es solamente el hecho de la arma misma, sino todas las actividades que están alrededor de ello. Bueno, todo eso ya ha sido declarado ilícito por leyes anteriores, ¿no? Pero el tema es cómo hacerlo esto efectivo mientras ningún Estado suscribe la Constitución Mundial. ¿Cómo podemos hacer esto efectivo ahora, en este momento? ¿Cómo podríamos iniciar, digamos, esta otra posibilidad que sería a través de una aplicación jurisprudencial, o sea, a través de los tribunales de los diferentes estados, nación, que actualmente tienen positividad en sus respectivos países? Entonces, este es el camino de la aplicación jurisprudencial. Es un camino que significa toda una formación, o es todo un proceso, ¿no? Acá decimos proceso, una formación de conciencia, ¿no? De que eso es ilícito, de que eso va contra los derechos humanos de la especie humana, contra un derecho preexistente a la formación de los estados, de las leyes estatales. Es algo intrínsecamente, no digamos derecho natural, porque eso puede ser controvertido, pero digamos, en las actuales circunstancias es un derecho fundamental de la convivencia humana, de la especie humana. Es algo que debe ser rechazado por todo ser humano. No puede ser aceptado. ¿Cómo llegamos a esa conciencia mayoritaria que llega a la humanidad? Es una lucha cultural. Formación de conciencia en las universidades, en la doctrina, en todas las facultades se enseñe que existe esto. Pero lo primero es que esto tiene que estar en una ley mundial, en una ley de nuestra asociación, para que esto pueda ser divulgado. Y como hay asociaciones de jueces que puedan de repente conocer este material a nivel internacional, ¿no? Está el Grupo de Integridad Judicial, por ejemplo, que es la que elaboró el Código de Conducta de los jueces de Bangalore en la India, ¿no? Podrías a través de eso, de ese Grupo de Integridad Judicial, divulgarse esta ley, cuyo horizonte es que todos los estados, todos los tribunales puedan aplicarlo ya en este momento. Al margen de lo que diga mi estado, al margen de que para mi estado sea una actividad legal. Entonces, esto permitiría o daría un elemento de regla, de reconocimiento, en palabras del jurista Hart, que podría aplicarlo algún tribunal de un Estado-nación. El primer juez que lo aplique de repente podría ser destituido por una reacción que se produzca al interior de los sistemas de los Estados-nación. Pero precisamente eso movería a toda esa conciencia que ya se ha ido formando a través de las universidades. Y yo creo que a la larga el eventual, digamos, juez que podría ser destituido por esto podría ser repuesto. Tendría que ser repuesto. Porque no se va a poder negar la validez de lo justo, la verdad de esa decisión. Entonces, estamos pasando de un sistema, lo que nosotros acá proponemos es, a través de esta ley, pasar de un sistema esto se ve como algo culturalmente correcto, que es algo aceptado por la mayoría, ¿no? Hay un sistema conceptual, cultural, de derechos que ve en la proliferación de armas nucleares y armas de destrucción masiva como algo de derecho legítimo, derecho de defensa de un Estado, ¿no? Pasaríamos a otro sistema cultural que lo vería con esto como un sistema ilícito. Entonces, esto es parte de toda una lucha que debemos integrar en las universidades. Casualmente ahora se está hablando de una ley que aprueba en este sentido en las universidades. Una de sus principales focos creo que sería esto, que es la razón de ser, una razón de ser raíz radical de nuestra organización. Entonces, pasar a un sistema conceptual y cultural de derechos que ve en la proliferación de armas una acción contra derechos humanos, con la consecuencia de la confiscación o la extinción de dominio. Esto trae como consecuencia, a su vez, el crear, nosotros le hemos llamado esto el colegio de seres humanos por la justicia, que sería algo más allá del colegio de jueces, ¿no? Porque hay seres humanos por la justicia, porque ahí se formarían hasta vigilantes, personal de limpieza, o sea, nadie debería trabajar en un lugar donde se fabrican, se conservan, se transportan, ni un chofer, ni un taxista, ni un conductor de vehículos debería trabajar en un lugar de estos, ¿no? Entonces, crear esta organización de miembros de ese colegio humano de seres humanos por la justicia, que está abierto a todos los seres humanos del planeta, para que tengan esta conciencia, que creo que es una conciencia de sobrevivencia, ¿no? Entonces los jueces, los fiscales, un fiscal de cualquier país, ¿no? O un defensor del pueblo, o un procurador, etcétera, podría demandar la extinción de dominio, la confiscación de los sueldos, por ejemplo, un investigador que ha hecho una bomba nuclear al tamaño de un llavero, por decirlo. Entonces, su CTS, su compensación de tipo de servicios, podría ser confiscado en un estado, o un ahorro que tuviera podría ser confiscado, con la finalidad de que vaya a algo que es derecho humano, que sería la lucha contra la pobreza. Esta es la idea de esta norma. Entonces tenemos acá esta propuesta en el preámbulo declara la preexistencia del derecho a la humanidad a declarar la confiscación, la extinción de dominio de los bienes relacionados a estas actividades. Y los artículos hablan de un derecho de la comunidad humana universal, ¿no? A estos bienes. Estos bienes salen de ese lugar ilícito y retornan a la comunidad humana universal. Y donde indiscutiblemente tiene una finalidad es la lucha contra la pobreza. Y esto tiene una aplicación, no tenemos que esperar que operen los tribunales de la Constitución Mundial que tengan efectividad actualmente, sino que cada juez, cada tribunal podría aplicar como juez mundial, aplicar esta norma en la actualidad. Esa sería la competencia provisional. Entonces, el objetivo sería crear una institucionalidad potente contra este riesgo de las armas de destrucción y desempoderar, ¿no? Porque cada vez se vería con mucho riesgo el hecho de trabajar en estas actividades, ¿no? Porque te pueden confiscar, un juez te puede confiscar. Entonces, a la larga sería desalentador trabajar para estas actividades. Entonces, con esta última diapositiva lo que queremos simplemente es resaltar que esta medida de la confiscación que estaría acá es parte de todo un paquete que nosotros hemos entendido que es para la formación de ese nuevo orden mundial que significaría una pérdida del dominio hegemónico de una élite. Muchas gracias. Eso sería todo.
Thank you, Justice Crispy, for the presentation. I now request Professor Martin to add some background information which he wanted to share. Professor Martin.
This bill, I think, is very good and a good idea. But the world legislation that has existed potential bills recommends that this bill be passed on the condition that it would be integrated with the work already done in this area by previous sessions of the Provisional Parliament. And therefore, in the 17th session of the Parliament, the next session, there can be a final bill that integrates this with the previous bills. The first bill, the very first bill, the very first part, 1982, was a prohibition of weapons of mass destruction. And it assigned penalties for certain kinds of acts, for example, the design or structuring of nuclear weapons is a class 1 felony. The transport of nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction is a class 3 felony. This buying or selling of is another felony, and so on. And a felony, of course, means something is. So that's one of the things that Justice Quispe is talking about, that there needs to be a system of civil forfeiture or having penalties, asset penalty, violation of world law regarding weapons of mass destruction and nuclear weapons. So these bills deal with aspects of this, need to be integrated together to make sure we have coherent and consistent legislation. That's why we recommend passing this on the condition that the two bills and then be represented at the 17th session.
First, now the consent on the integration. Any other doubts or any other? Okay.
I must speak in English here.
Yes.
Okay, but I prefer.
You can put it on, sir. I think it's off.
I am totally according with this question, and I think it's very important. But I want to have Professor Crisper spoke about power institutionality. I think there is no this power, institutional power, because when the court of animals, there is no exist judicial bodies to make enforce the resolution of the judicial decision. And then it is according with that, but they are not forced in practical. It's the same as world justice. It's very, very good, but in the practical, they don't exist.
Yo no voy a hablar.
We must be conscious about this very good decision, but in practice, there is no power from that.
Y yo creo que ahí discrepo con Julio, ¿no? Yo creo que es un proceso. Creo que se va formando, ¿no? O sea, y a través de la conciencia, ¿no? O sea, divulgando estas ideas en las facultades de Derecho de todas las universidades del mundo, ¿no? Creo que todo profesor consciente, todo alumno consciente se da cuenta que eso está mal, ¿no? Entonces, a la larga, esos estudiantes, esos nuevos estudiantes, esos doctores van a ser jueces, van a ser fiscales. Si eso lo divulgamos también en la policía, en los militares, vamos a formar un ejército, toda una base material de conciencia, que va a ser la que va a ser efectiva estas sentencias, porque yo no creo que van a aparecer leyes, creo que lo que va a aparecer primero van a ser decisiones judiciales. Y creo que a su vez van a tener un indicador. Y esto es mi esperanza, ¿no? Porque precisamente, ¿cómo vamos a luchar contra esas armas nucleares? No podemos luchar con pistolita, con metrallita, no se puede luchar así, ¿no? Con armas nucleares, con otra arma nuclear puedes luchar, vas a destruir el planeta, no puedes luchar con armas nucleares con armas. La única manera de luchar, la única esperanza que tenemos es esta. Y yo, bueno, ese es mi percepción.
Thank you. Thank you, Justice Crispy. With that being discussed, can we put this on, please? This is 86. 86. Now, World Legislative Act 86 is now being put to vote.
85. Oh, 86.
86. 86. It's now for voting. Voting is on. Three minutes.
You get down to
43. How about 24? With the voting time coming to an end, stop voting, please. Okay, thank you. 24 for yes. 0 for no. 0. Blank. Fantastic. This is again one more very interesting and very important vote. With all 24 being voted for yes, World Legislative Act 86 is accepted and passed. Thank you. And this is again one more unanimous voting decision. Thank you. I now will adjourn for lunch. Lunchtime is planned to be 30 minutes. So now 1:45. Now we'll assemble back at 2:15. Okay. So half an hour time for lunch. Thank you. We'll adjourn for lunch.
We are I was thinking tomorrow. ஒரு பேர் இருக்கேன் அது சொல்லணும்ல கார்டு வரக்குள்ள 10 நிமிஷம் தான் அவர் லேப்டாப் எங்க இருக்கு எங்க இருக்காரு அவர் வெளியே போக கூப்பிட்டு ஒரு கார்டு கொடுத்தாரு ஒரு கார்டு கொடுத்தாரு லேப்டாப் இல்ல இப்ப என்ன பிரச்சனைனா அவர் வந்து அதுல எல்லாமே தெரியுது. நான் ஏதாவது போய் டைப் பண்ணணும் வேற ஒருத்தனை ஏதாவது சொல்லணும்னாலும் அது அப்படியே தெரியுது. இப்ப நான் வந்து நீ இந்த பேசுன்னு நான் ஒருத்தனுக்கு மட்டும் தனியா அனுப்பணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஆனா என்ன டைப் பண்ணா எல்லாருமே என்ன பாக்குறாங்க. அதுக்கு என்ன பண்றது? இன்னொரு ஐடி கொடுத்து நான் போட்டு அவர் நான் பேசுறேன். அவங்க எப்படி பேசுவாங்க? இன்னொரு ஐடியா பண்றேன் இந்த சிஸ்டத்துல இதுல வந்து வீடியோ போயிட்டு இது இன்னொரு இது லிங்க் ஓபன் பண்றீங்க. யூசர் கெஸ்ட் மாதிரி அப்ப பண்ணுங்க. ஒரு கெஸ்ட் இன்னொரு லேப்டாப்ல போட்டா எல்லாத்தையும் அதை பண்ணுங்க. அது பண்ணிக்கலாம். அது பண்ணிக்கலாம், பிரச்சனை இல்லை. 10 நிமிஷம் அவர் தான் வந்து லிங்க் கொடுக்கணும். அவர்த்துக்கு ஓகே கொடுக்கணும். அது கொடுத்துலாம் சாப்பிட்டு வரல. நான் வரேன். அவங்க சாப்பிட்டு தான் நான் சாப்பிட சொல்லிடுறேன். அப்படியா? ஆமா சரி. சாப்பிட்ட பிறப்பாடு இல்ல, அவங்க எடுத்துன்னு ஒரு ரவுண்ட் வந்து வருவாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் நேற்று அவர் ஏதோ சொல்லிக்கிறாரு, டெக்னிக்கல் டீம் வந்து கூட வராங்க. மாதவா 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 கொஞ்ச நாள் கழிச்சு இதுல சொல்லுங்க. ஆமா அதே போட முடியாது. சரி சாப்பிட்டு 10 நிமிஷம் தான் நான் பார்த்துக்கிறேன். அது இப்ப பெரிய நடக்குங்க. காலையில இதில் வரல. யாரோ ஒருத்தரும் மைக் ஆன் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க. அவங்க இல்ல அது அவங்க பேசுறாங்க. நம்ம பேசுறது கேக்குதுன்னு நம்ம பேசுறோம். No issue. It's just down. All right. பார்த்துட்டு பண்ணணும். வாட் இஸ் டெக்னிக்கலி feasible பேசாம முடியாது. கோஆர்டினேஷன் இல்லாம எப்படி மைக் கம்ப்யூட்டர் பண்ணணும். ஆனா ஏதோ இட்ஸ் ஓகே டோன்ட் வரி. இன்னும் பண்ண முடியும். ஒரு ரூம்ல ஒரு சூழ்நிலை எல்லாமே ஆஃப் பண்ணி அப்புறமா ஒருத்தருக்கு ஆஃப் பண்ணி ஆஃப் பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சார் இப்போ இருக்கிற பிரச்சனை தான். Keep managing it. Can't do it. பசங்களா அவங்க எடுக்குள்ளே பக்கத்துல பக்கத்துல சாப்பிடலாம். அது அவங்களுக்கு தெரியும். அவங்க கடை அவங்க பக்கத்துல சாப்பிட வாங்க எப்போ விஷயம் சொந்தமாக வச்சுருக்கோம். அவங்க அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணுறாங்க. சேர்த்து வந்து போட்டு சாப்பிட இந்த சாப்பிட்டு வந்து எனக்கு கேமரா சிக்கன் கொடுத்துருவோம். சாப்பிடுவாங்க. ஏன்னா எல்லாத்துக்கும் மாட்டோம். விஷயம் சின்ன விஷயம் One of these
Y no sé por qué no. Bueno, y si vuelvo a entrar, entonces. Yo no sé qué es lo que pasa aquí. Yo no sé. Digo abandonar, volver a entrar.
We will start with the announcement. Professor Rao.
This is only one aspect. This, I mean, the example was go into all our. It is about Wednesday afternoon. The initial plan was that maybe 50 or 60 people would attend. And I thought of providing the possibility for them to make a short Auroville experience. So go from here, Pondicherry to Auroville. Now we are a very small group, and some from the Spanish group have been actually living for some days at Auroville. So they went to the Martimandia, and then they have friends in Auroville, so they actually made already this Auroville experience. And now the question is maybe for you to think until the end of this, until the evening. I will then ask again, and we're going to vote to and decide whether we organize on Wednesday afternoon at the end of this meeting, whether we organize a trip to Auroville, yes or no. So in Auroville, what we do, we would go from the visitor center to a viewpoint where you see from outside the mountain here, the garden. Already be in Auroville. My experience is that there are special vibes, spiritual vibes from the mother. So it's always a wonderful moment to physically be in Auroville. So we would go to this viewpoint, then to a place. It's called Sri Aurobindo World Union, something like this, and would stay there for a while, 1 or 2 hours, and 2 Aurovillians would come and talk about their Auroville experience. One, Bill Sullivan, who is in Auroville from the very beginning. He was building the Martimandia, and he's from California. He's just a wonderful person to talk about Auroville. And somebody else who's a poet, he would give some some poetry about oneness, according to the ideas of Sri Aurobindo. And a friend of mine, she would Basturi. Yeah. So all this could happen if there is, if we are having this experience together. So I know that these two, the Spanish group, might not be coming. Give it a thought at the end of in the evening. I propose this as a vote, whether we should go there or not. Because if we go, we have to organize, the bars and all this, all these things. Okay, this right.
So in just a minute, we'll be starting the remaining session of today's parliament. But we have, on the agenda, we've had a very special person who I've known for a long time, who has an amazing singing, very Indian, very transcendent. She's got a lead, so I thought before we started the session, she might be willing to sing to us. Is that okay? Thank you.
Don't say that.
Namaste. I'm Priya, and today is a very auspicious day. It's Sankalahara Saturday, which means a day dedicated to Lord Ganesha to remove all the obstacles from my head. So I think it's we have to start, the sing of Ganesha song. Charano Siddhi Vinayaka Charano Siddhi Vinayaka Charano Mukti Pradayaka Charano Parvati Tanaya Murati Charano Shiva Varana Charano Siddhi Vinayaka Nitirane Tane Devi Sudane Nitirane Tane Devi Sudane Nagabhushana Priyane Kadila Tagita Komalangane Kanakundara Dharane Charanu Siddhi Vinayaka Kukshivahanam Bodhanane Ikshitapana Kelitane Pakshivagana Shri Purandana Vitalandita Dasane Charanu Siddhi Vinayaka Charanu Mukti Pradayaka Charanu Parvati Tanaya Murati Charanu Shiva Vardhana Charanu Siddhi Vinayaka Charanu Siddhi Vinayaka Charanu Siddhi Vinayaka Thank you.
So she just now sang bhajan on Vinayak Ganesha. I'm sure you aware of elephant-headed god, right? So of these gods? That's what we need to explain. Understand? Because we have in Hinduism, see, rest of the world, in any religion, there is only one God. Only in Hinduism we have 33 crores, that means 330 billion gods and goddesses. Okay. So why do we have so many? Who are they? See, the creation is huge. It has 330 billion different needs. And God has manifested into 330 million different, frequencies and wealth to take care of this 330 million different aspects of the world. And each god and goddess represents one of the aspects. And Ganesha represents Vinayaka. It's basically representing one aspect, which is basically to remove any kind of obstacle. All of us meet a lot of obstacles now, like I've seen. So when you pray to Lord Ganesha, he removes that roadblock, so that you can be very, very successful. So that is what the particular god, she invoked today. And today also the name Sitomrita Sankara. That is today's Lord Ganesha's day, but which removes all the obstacles. I mean, especially. So they very apt for the same this particular person. So thank you so much. Meeting is waiting, and I will take leave. Maybe God willing, we'll meet day after tomorrow. I have some important work tomorrow in Chennai, so we'll meet day after tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So to continue with the agenda, we now have discussion on World Legislative Act 87, which is the bill for framework monetary law on fundamental democracy for the election of representatives. So the bill is being sponsored by Justice Christie. Justice Christie.
Sí, estoy acá, profesor.
Oh, he's here.
Voy
Thank you, sir.
a
Please go ahead and make
compartir.
your presentation.
Sí, estoy compartiendo, ¿sí? Esta ley 87 es la ley marco de monitorización democrática para el acto de elección de representantes. Utilizo la palabra monitorización por, controlar, escrutar a los que tienen el poder. Esa es una palabra que lo ha utilizado un profesor australiano.
One second. Justice is speaking, but who's handling it? The voice is not coming through. Justice Christie, can you please check if you are muted?
¿Estoy silenciado? ¿No me escucha? ¿No me escucha? Porque acá parece como si tuviera el audio bien.
Se escucha,
¿No se
David.
me escucha?
Se escucha, sí.
Sí. Atención, ¿no? Entonces, le decía que en ley de marco de monitorización democrática utilizábamos la palabra monitorización porque esto significa controlar, escrutar, y lo ha utilizado un profesor australiano, John King. Entonces, vamos ahora a abordar qué es lo que ¿Qué es lo que proponemos con esta ley 87 en
Definitely,
concreto?
sorry to interrupt you in between. We are not getting your voice. So we need to.
No, no está recibiendo mi voz, dice Alicia. No escucha mi voz,
David,
pero
se escucha tu voz, pero hay voces de fondo. La gente tiene que apagar sus micrófonos. Les pido por favor a la gente que no tiene silenciados sus micrófonos que silencien micrófonos. Silence in microphones, please.
ya. Entonces, está, sí ahí habiendo algunas voces. A ver si habiendo una voz de saber si silencian su micrófono. ¿Sí? Ya. Entonces, la idea en esta ley marco es dos cosas, ¿no? O sea, se percibe por un lado de que hay en las democracias en general, y esto también podría ocurrir en nuestro sistema democrático mundial en general, que por el tema de la propaganda, el tema de la que para
David,
hacerse conocido hay que
David,
asumir un
aquí
costo, ¿sí?
no se te está escuchando. Estamos tratando de resolver.
Ah, bueno, no sé cuál es el motivo, porque ahora me escucha, Leopoldo. Leopoldo, ¿no me escucha? Oh, parecería.
No, no, todavía no. Es un problema interno aquí porque en Zoom sí se escucha. Yo creo que Alicia te está escuchando, por ejemplo. Pero aquí en la
Sí,
sala no.
en Zoom te escuchamos, David.
Ya. No sé,
Te avisamos.
¿cómo hacemos, Leopoldo? ¿Continúo? ¿Esperamos que se solucione?
Vamos a esperar un minuto que están resolviendo aquí los técnicos.
Me avisas.
Oh, yeah, number is on. Please go ahead. Justice David, please go ahead.
¿Ahora sí? ¿Ahora sí me escucha, Leopoldo? ¿Sí? ¿Puedo retomar?
Un segundo, David, un segundo. Leopoldo, ¿te escuchas a David o sigue el inconveniente?
¿Me escuchan ahora, Leopoldo? Sí. Ya, entonces ahora sí voy a retomar un poco, ¿no? Le decía, esta ley 87 es una ley para hacer la democracia más efectiva, tanto, por un lado, al interior de nosotros mismos, y como una recomendación a la legislación de los Estados-nación. Esa es la idea de esta ley. Por un lado, tenemos el derecho de la información, y por otro lado, el derecho, digamos, de la elección para esta relación entre elector y candidatos sea una relación más real, más fidedigna. Entonces, acá está la idea de una composición de los puestos de los miembros al Parlamento, los congresistas, en general previamente consensuados, que estén definidos no solamente sobre la historia, la trayectoria de los candidatos, sobre sus consejeros y sobre los costos de su campaña. Esa sería el ámbito del conocimiento del derecho de información. Y por otro lado, la definición previa de políticas previamente consensuadas, ¿no? Entonces, y esto hacer una recomendación a las naciones, a los estados, a nación en general, tanto para la elección para el presidente de la República o primer ministro o también congresistas en general. Esta sería la idea, ¿no? Este derecho a la información sería a través, a nivel de nuestro Estado federal, sería a través de la Administración Mundial de Fronteras y Elecciones, la WBIE. Básicamente es eso. Finalmente, nada más queríamos resaltar acá que en realidad todas nuestras propuestas, esta es una de tantas, ¿no?, de la que hemos ya expuesto, son parte de esta visión de controlar a esa élite que tiene un dominio hegemónico en el planeta, ¿no? A través de estas medidas que se estarían proponiendo. Nada más. Eso sería todo.
If possible, I would like to make a
Yes.
A line of your proposal. There is a lack of conceptual clarity regarding the definition of democracy, and as a consequence, how it's assessed. This despite the existence of several democracy indices. Recently, Leo Klinkes and I have done a publication in the Journal of Politics and Law, in which we have defined the 7 foundational principles of democracy, each of which reflect a core component of democratic governance. These are electoral integrity, civil liberties, popular sovereignty, the separation of powers, or trias politica, the Ombudsman's Council, or representing the Quarta Politica, political pluralism, and media freedom. And to measure the degree of democracy, we have designed a new metric that we have named the Dual 7 Democratic Dimension Index. The index has 2 distinct scores: a technical score that is made by experts and data from credible sources, a citizen score that evaluates the opinion of citizens. I think this work can be a good tool for assessing democracy by a future world federation. And of course, I invite you to have a look at it and reflect on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Let's move. Any other points of discussion on this? Please raise your hand on the Zoom. So no other discussion request coming up, I think we should move to the next thing. So let us move to the voting of WLA 87. 87. Voting please. Voting starts now.
La votación de los 80. Es un lío no. Voy ver que diga la please. Está pintado. Está. Sí, que.
Then I think everybody must have voted. We can close the voting, please. Yes. 20, yeah, okay. 20 yes. 0. 0 no. 6. 6. Blank. So 20 votes going for yes, World Legislative Act 87, Bill for Framework Monitoring Law on Fundamental Democracy for the Election of Representative is passed and accepted. Thank you. Let's move on to the next World Legislative Acts 88 and 89. I have to make separately also. This is the bill for the call for Fifth Constituent Assembly to edit and update the Constitution and report by the Legislative Review Commission on proposed edits on the Constitution. Let's take up separately World Legislative Act 88, report of the Legislative Review Commission, person Leopold Cook. You have a presentation to make on 88? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I have it written in Spanish, but because of this thing, I have to speak in English. Okay. There have been 34 years since the Constitution was approved in the Fourth Constituent Assembly in 1991. So it is necessary to update the Constitution. Other way, there are a lot of organizations in the world that work about the same situation we are working with: peace, environment, human rights, and so on. So we need to integrate them. So the updating of the Constitution is not only for the updating that is necessary, but it's as a strategy to involve more organizations, to give the Constitution to the world, that the people appropriate of the Constitution. So we have two options to modify the Constitution. The first one is by Article 18.4, but we should wait till the first operative stage. That's the first option. But there is a better option, that is the one we recommend, that it, according even with Article 18.5, that this Parliament, the Provisional World Parliament, can call for a World Constituent Assembly. That's what we are working for, the proposal. That's the reason why we constructed the World Campaign for Democracy, integrating a lot of persons and organizations to join forces. And there also we established the Commission for Legislative Review that has several months, since April, I think, working on the updating of the Constitution, proposals to be carried to the Assembly, Constituent Assembly. There are many persons in this commission. We have in alphabetic order: Alicia de Los Angeles Roda, Byron Belizo, Carl Brisbane, David Gallup, David Quispe, Francisco Plantarte, Glenn Marty, Emla Tata Lesra, José María Chema Tejedera, Juan Camilo Silva Zambrano, Julio Mar Estelle, Laura George, Leopoldo Cook, Mauro Casarotto, Michael Arconada, Michael Levy, Nervik Miró, Roger Cotilla, Rudolf Schmidt Perrin y Uyoshi Buga. Leopoldo Cook como español. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the English. I was naming the name of the same in Spanish. Okay. Okay. I'm going only to list what we have done in the commission. Okay. First, how to make it easy the ratification of the Constitution. Some procedures to make it easy, because it's a little difficult now. We have to do referenda with 1 million people and so on. So we are looking for shorter and easier procedure. Also, we propose to give more guarantees to the nation so they feel that attractive to be part of the constitution, to ratify. Also, some articles we have think about how to give more strength to the constitution, to the federation, against external powers of every kind. Also to include some mechanisms to integrate adequately the continental federations that are forming in the world. Also very interesting is the proposal that the members of the parliament, at least in the House of People, can be selected at random, of course, among the people that have the capacity and the requirements to be a parliamentary. This is a very good proposal because go ahead of actual election system that is mercantilized. Also, we propose to introduce better mechanisms of participation, referenda, initiativas, and so on, the direct democracy. The ecological aspect is all through the constitution in a transversal form. It is very strong. Also, a precise definition of the electoral ward districts have been done, including the social aspect of them. Also, we have proposed to increase the number of representatives in the three chambers of the parliament. Also, the definition of a nation that is absent actually in the constitution. Also, the inclusion explicitly of the world tribunals in each of the 20 regions. That's not clearly established in the constitution, and there is a proposal to explicit that. Also, the prohibition of the death penalty that is normally now is in Article 13. It's not a strict requirement according to Article 13. So we are proposing it as a right in Article 12. The improve of the human rights of every kind in a more explicit way in some cases. To reinforce the fact that the federation will respect the traditions, economic tradition, historical, cultural tradition of each of the nation. Even that is already in Article 14, but we need to improve it more because we want that the nation feel safe to be part of the federation. Also, to the place where to locate the world capitals besides the infrastructure and the facility of communications and so on, we propose to give priority to those zones in developing zones, developing countries. Well, and a lot of improvement have been introduced. We have studied more than 150 proposals. We are already in Article 18. In January, February, we will finish the work and we will give probably another revision for the whole constitution. So we propose to this parliament that you confirm the report of the Commission for Legislative Review, that you probably have read in the web. And also that we announce the date of that assembly, possibly, if possible, at the end of the next year. Under that we need to think ahead. Because what will happen after the fifth constituent assembly? When we have a new text of the constitution adapted to the new age. Well, then we will need to massively change the electoral districts and proceed for the ratification of the constitution in each one of them, and continue working with the nations to also that some of them, if possibly if 25 of them could ratify the constitution. So please, we submit to you the report to be thank you.
The question is whether the report of a report of the commission be confirmed. Do we have a vote?
Yes.
88. Yes. So you can vote on the World Legislative Act Bill 88. Yes or no? Voting starts now. Voting time up. Let's start the voting, please. Well, you see, 26 in favor of yes, one in favor of no. Two blanks. So 26 was being in favor of legislative act 88, but the report being confirmed. So the report is confirmed and approved as part of records. Thank you. The next is World Legislative Act 89. This is the bill for calling to a fifth constituent assembly to edit and update the constitution with emphasis on the protocol for this process passed at the sixth session of PWP in Bangkok, Thailand, 2003. So now, can we accept this World Legislative Act 89? Is it supposed to be made? Is it proposed to be made? Possibly, yeah. Can that be put to vote since we don't have any objections to it? What Legislative Act 89 be put to vote? Voting please. Yes. Voting starts now. Three minutes.
Verán ahí en sus casas de la industria tropical.
When the nations. How are we going to do that? Now it's spoken on 1 year. Yeah. That seems to me a big thing. A very short time. But, you know. It's fine with me. Like we said, here, estimate 1 year.
Es que esto podría
Voting time is up and we'll close the voting. Inside, 25 in favor. One against. One. With 25 votes going in favor, World Legislative Act 89 for calling for fifth Constituent Assembly to edit and update the Constitution with emphasis on protocol for this process. Passed in the sixth session of the PWP in Bangkok, Thailand 2003 is accepted and passed. Thank you. Now, the next item on the agenda is World Legislative Act 90. To initiate World Electoral District independently to be run like all such districts locally. Sponsor Professor Mukti. Now, as sponsor, my comments are these. Sri Aurobindo gave the message of World Federation and World Union from this holy land long ago in 1947. And this is the 80th year of UN, and we haven't seen anything happening. So we need to make this happen on a fast track, but also we express our gratitude and remembrance to Sri Aurobindo's message. Based on the inputs we have received from Pondicherry, civilians of Pondicherry, I propose that the World Electoral District for Pondicherry be considered and approved. Though the population limit is less than the single limit, which can be looked at a subsequent date. And also we have made a decision where the major cities in the world can start acting as world districts wherever possible. So I propose that Pondicherry being considered as a world district and confirmed in this parliament. So the other advantage in this is people from all walks of Pondicherry life, like these people, academics and the civilians, social workers, are all now connected with us, and they are very enthused to be part of this world electoral district, world district. So I leave it to the parliament to take a vote on this with after Professor Martin shares his comments.
I've been to Pondicherry 3 or 4 times during my life. And I've been here again 4 or 5 days. It's full of wonderful and many committed people. And I've met on some of the trips to Pondicherry, I've met some of the leaders, the government leaders and so on. I think it's an ideal place for a world electoral district, and also because of its vast symbolism, it would be great to for us to have an active world district here. Simply the source of the world union that Sri Aurobindo envisioned. So that's why I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
At a point, this is a fantastic decision. And I thoroughly appreciate the initiative of Sri P.N. Murthy. And I think this cue has to be taken, and world over, wherever you have the relatively higher consciousness people, you need to form districts irrespective of its size. And later on, you can always expand, keeping Pondicherry as a nodal center. You can always expand it and see that it comes to a certain population. I think this is a very good example. And you need to spot all over the world, wherever there are the higher consciousness people. Maybe Spain can be one place. You need to spot where in Spain. Like that, and start announcing these districts. That will be a good step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Really appreciate your thoughts. Any other decision from any other member who are present on the Zoom? Anybody else wish to make any submission, statement? You can raise your hand.
No estoy hablando de eso, hermoso.
So no further comments from other members, so we can straight away go to the vote. And this can be put to vote, please. Word Legislative Act 90 to consider Pondicherry as a world district. Oh, look at the number. The voting time up. Voting can start, please. Five, 25 in favor. Yes. Three. Three no. One blank. With 25 votes going for in favor of considering world district of Pondicherry. Happy to say that the proposal is passed, accepted by the Parliament and held place. So Pondicherry is a world district now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Incidentally, I wish to state something that came to my mind. In fact, three gentlemen were present yesterday who represent who were from the university and the political party and one business person. They are now thinking of making a Pondicherry as a world consciousness district, like what we were talking now. So the idea has already come in from that, and this is a good support to their idea, and possibly the citizens of Pondicherry can take up this and create the remaining commissions and run it as a full-fledged world district in memory of Sri Aurobindo. So this is a good and excellent decision to say yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I personally thank Professor Martin for his support in considering this proposal being presented here in the Parliament. Thank you, sir. Now we have come to the end of the second day. You have seen all the good decisions that have gone through with your consent. Spectacular decisions have been made and they are going to be everlasting. I would, without going into the details of those bills which we have already discussed in depth, one thing we should give credit is to Justice Crispy, who was from South America. He took his time. He is the judge from Supreme Court part of the judicial Peru. So he is actively engaged with us. I think he's the first sitting judge who is connected with our work Although we have many other judges who are retired, we are very happy to say that he's presented many bills which have resulted into world legislative acts now. So thank you, Justice Christie, for all your initiative and particularly for staying awake in the middle of the night. You know, it is a deep in the night in that part of the world. So thank you, sir. I now request Professor Martin to share the remaining thoughts on today's deliberations.
Well, we've got 2 more days on Father, and tomorrow we have a lot, several panel discussions. So we'll have people, and you can volunteer too, to be on these panel discussions. If you are interested in the topics, except for the youth discussion, which is just called the youth discussion, the topics are there on the agenda and so on. Then on the next morning, we have the closing ceremonies. And we vote on the Pondicherry Declaration. Right, the Pondicherry Declaration, every parliament at the end of its tenure, at the end of its parliament, every parliament issues a declaration. So we have a Kolkata Declaration, we have a Tripoli, Libya Declaration, we have a Brighton, England Declaration. And here we'll have a Pondicherry Declaration, which has been carefully drafted by several of us to be a possibly world transformative statement. Not just another statement of all things are bad, we need to improve them, but a world transformative statement that I hope you'll all look at. We'll discuss it on the day after tomorrow in the closing ceremonies, and then we'll vote on it. And anybody who wants to, which I hope is all of us, will be a signatory and sign it. And the people on Zoom will be able to sign it as well. They just have to say I sign, and they can sign it. And we will put it online and open it up for anyone on planet Earth to sign it. Get the word out. Perhaps it'll go viral. Perhaps we'll have people, millions of people signing it saying, we demand a planet that's habitable for all of us. We demand a world that doesn't have war and weapons and the possibility of nuclear destruction. The people of Earth can do this, right? And that Constitution for the Federation of Earth, that little document that's only a few pages long, 50 pages long, that is our manual of revolution. Because that is a document that anyone, anywhere on the earth, yes, I signed this. This is this is the chance for the people of Earth to declare no more war, no more environmental destruction, no more capitalist exploitation, no more poverty on this planet. Right? We are in the middle. We just finished here our world legislative acts, and we're in a revolutionary moment, transformative movement. We can move forward with this Pondicherry Declaration, sewing up with then we can move forward with it as rapidly as possible, and just maybe we'll have a new earth, a new heaven and a new earth before long on this planet. So anyway, I want to thank all of you, both online and here in the studio, because we have accomplished something wonderful in the past couple of days, and we're going to be concluding it tomorrow and the next day, and a statement, a monetary declaration on just what we have done. To statement to the world. Yes, sir.
Well, if you can write down a couple of minutes. If you can give me a couple of minutes, I would like to throw some teasers and deep thoughts so that this particular WCPA schedule will.
Tell the parliament your name, so that, tell us your name, the parliament.
My name is Srinivas Kumar Irapothu. And currently I'm the Global Vice President for International Federation of Electric Vehicle Association. And from my childhood, I was 1 foot material and 1 foot spiritual. And that kept me traveling on the question of world peace and harmony. And here I am with you today. Well, the ideas that I'd like to share with you all is, yes, for the great personalities like Glenn Martin, hats off to their consistent and continuous work. And WCPA, if I can remember, is a pretty old organization, about 100 years. And a lot of progress has happened. But we need to also look into the fact that what is that we have really practically manifested at the ground zero level in terms of action and the actionables. Well, I'm not questioning anything, but time has come for us to move in that direction also. And for this, I would like to tell this August gathering that in my long years of observation, what I have seen is the world has one great problem. And also, that is a fact. You cannot do away from that problem. And the problem that I've understood is variable consciousness. If there are 820 crore population, 820 crore variable consciousness levels are bound to be there whether you like it or not. And if it is 820 different consciousness levels, you should at least be happy. But each of them fluctuates into multiple consciousness variations. And that will multiply into 820 crore into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And the number can become mind-boggling. First point. The second point is democracy can and will work only in a consciousness level beyond a part. What is that beyond a part? I think you all know, right? Otherwise, democracy can be an absolute shambles. And the world over, I would like to boldly declare that democracy has still not been successful. This is an open statement and everybody would accept it. And even the hardcore other zone of thinkers also know about it. And they want it that way also. This is point number 2. And point number 3 is, after years of contemplation, I have reached a stage where I think there is no place for fight. We are not fighting anything. And if at all you are fighting, because I'm talking from the typical Indian knowledge, the spiritual knowledge generated from here, from this soil, is that the all-pervading soul component, the spirit or vital energy that is all-pervading, is what a certain school of thought calls it as God. Right? And this all-pervading spirit or the soul or the energy or the vital energy is what is the root and the root cause for the manifestation of anything and everything in this world. It is from that seed, anything can get manifested. So therefore, if you can very consciously watch at anything and everything, you will be able to see you. You will be able to see yourself
in different manifestations. So therefore, the hardcore self-centered personalities are also part and parcel of our parents' school. So they're all our cousins. In the typical Indian language, we also talk about the Devas and the Asuras. These are beautiful cousins who always have some conflict or other. And the Devas, they work in the light zone, and the Asuras work in the dark zone. That's all. And you can't deny the fact that today, morning will have light, and out as the light fades, you'll have darkness. And that duality is part and parcel of life, which you cannot avoid also. But then, from this non-duality, from this duality, getting duality is the challenge of life. This non-dual state of dual state of existence, which is very much understood by everybody, like good and bad, tall and short, rich and poor, big and small. These dualities are something that anybody can understand. But then the non-dual element of the big and small, rich and poor, these aspects, you need some more consciousness in order to understand that, right? So now, on the summary note, what I would like to tell you all is, these ideas, I think WCPA has done a wonderful job in terms of how a world constitution should exist, a world parliament should exist, and all the guidelines and such elements are beautifully documented. There is no second, but can be the be all and the end all. Can we reach the final point, the final destination of seeing the world parliament, the world constitution in action, the harmony of the nations, and the peace and prosperity for everyone? Can this approach really lead it into that direction? Is the question that, again, I'm not posing. I'm only asking everyone to join hands to start thinking on those lines. And I have the following solution for this. You know, we all talk about what is called as a material life. And generally they said, again, I'm using typical Indian terms, called the Kali Yuga. I'm not going to expand on that, right? Now, out of this Kali Yuga, people say that we talk more in terms of material language. And people can understand the material language much faster than anything else. So therefore, my dear friends, what I strongly recommend today, and this instant, if you can do it right now, if you can take a call on that, my request to you, I just overheard P.N. Murthy during the lunchtime talking about even education is not properly shaped out. What are we talking? That kind of a language I heard sometime back. Right. So, taking all these cues, what I strongly recommend is that parallelly alongside with the WCPA plan, let that keep going on. And at the same time, please, a body which will start focusing on the best and the ideal ways of education. Start it off. And also form another body which will start focusing on the best and the ideal ways of health. Don't tell me that allopathy approaches are the best, right? So therefore, form another body which talks about, which works in that direction, right? So like that, all elements of food, imagine what kind of an adulteration are we living on. The food department, let it be started off. Clothing matching to the local context, right? And shelter. On shelter, we can talk about so much of land, so much of space that is available. And anything that you want to enjoy in this life has to come from Mother Earth only. And this is what we're talking about, circular economy and sustainability and so on. Let a group be formed for that. On the shelters, go on to the shared shelters. You have a property, give it off. The market rate is about, for rental is about 2,000 rupees. Offer it about at 1,000 rupees. Like that, you can come out with several such ideas and put things into action. And when you start putting things into action, people will start believing that here is the change that is starting. Here is the change that is practically happening. Here is the change that is valuable for us. And they will start thronging in more numbers. On one side, have the masses, and the other one is let's keep continuing the strategies. And let's keep on doing the strategies, and let's not bifurcate as somebody as friends and enemies, but as cousins. Let's see how we can combat and come and work terms with our cousins and become one big family in the Indian context called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, in the global context called one family, one word and one family. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to keep the further listen. In the morning session, we are already, we have taken a decision now to start a World Parliament University which takes care of the education part.
Wonderful.
So, this parliament has already approved, and very soon, we will put it into action and education part. Now, if I can say this, there are about 28 departments of world administration. Now, each of them will be getting into a form of a commission. Many commissions have already been activated, and today's decision also activates many commissions. So health, education, agriculture, everything, commissions will come and they will decide the strategy for the world, keeping all people on a strategic basis, and then allow projects and other things to go on.
But again, what I was attempting to request you all is, again, don't get into the commission mode and start putting extensive documentation. Let things get into practical action. This is what is my request. That is the core of the whole idea. And to add one more point, also if possible, back end of this particular idea that I am giving you may solve a major part of the problem, and that is, let's form the Global Institute of Theoretical and Practical Research in Consciousness. And that kind of an organization will start classifying the various consciousness in the world and start addressing what their needs are. I think that will be a big answer to this world global problem.
The Parliament has already done that. The Parliament just passed a World Legislative Act today on that very subject. And we started a commission on global consciousness. We did it, and but
I've come a little late to hear my favorite words.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But there's one thing that I want to just stress that I don't hear in your words. And that is the phrase world law. World law. Because for generations, for centuries, people have been starting action groups. Women started action groups to get the vote, right? People started action groups to end slavery. People have done action groups for human rights and for the environment and so on. Nothing has changed. Because, and this is what I said in my presentation yesterday, my address at the beginning of the Parliament, because people have left out one key element in human existence. It's there all over the world, but we don't see it. We're not conscious of it. And that is the element of law. We need world law representing the people of Earth. Right now, law does not represent anybody on Earth. It represents an elite in India, an elite in Russia, an elite in China. But usually it's the capitalist elite, it's the super rich, it's the powerful, it's the big corporation. We need world law to represent the people of Earth.
the 99% of the people of Earth who do not want war. To do that is for us, the people of Earth, to seize what is our right. Law arises from the people, from nowhere else. Legitimate law comes from the people, and we, the people of Earth, have to seize that right and create world law representing everyone.
Well, if I can add a word here. In my understanding, law actually emanates from the natural and eternal principles of nature. It is from there we imbibe, because we are also part and parcel of that nature. Anybody who can closely follow nature and the eternal principles, that will become the dictum and the law, in my opinion. I've done sufficient homework on that.
I won't respond to that because we'll just go on and on.
Okay.
So just.
And just one last word. And global law and world law, yes, it's pretty important without any doubt. But what I want to emphasize here is that the work that is done by various bodies, you talking about constitution, the other body talking about human rights, the other group talking about women's empowerment, the other group talking about education, the other group talking about health. It is the synthesis of all of this. It is the synthesis of all of this, strategic synthesis of all of this is what was missing in my opinion. And that is what I was
The
emphasizing.
synthesis is the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. It encompasses all of those things.
Correct. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, our parliament is over for today. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. We'll have panel discussions. We'll have some dignitaries, local dignitaries and so on, people who haven't arrived yet, prominent persons who will join in these panel discussions. And we'll try to involve everybody. Maybe we can all be part of a panel, one way or another, throughout the day tomorrow. So everybody, God bless. Thank you. And once.
Thank you, Lindsay.
I had to, I want to go.
Thank you, team. Thank you, Murthy sir.
Thank you. Are we done with this? Because I want to talk to the. Oh, yeah, talk about that. So maybe between my first announcement and this announcement, we have had some time to think about.
Muchas gracias a todos. Hasta mañana.
About the strict orbit.
Muchos abrazos.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Gracias a todos. Muchas gracias.
Спасибо большое. Всем до завтра.
Muchas gracias a todos. Buen día y hasta mañana. Bendiciones.
Y ya hasta mañana.
Yes.
Well, but it's not just so
Yes, see you all. Bye bye.
Initially, as we thought, we would be like 50 members attending. The idea was to all go to Oregon and have it one afternoon in Oregon.
Congratulations for all peoples who meet here.
For many people would have been the first time to be in Oregon. Now things have changed. So the idea is, above all, to have a celebration in Oregon. Guruji will be there. 2 or 3 Oregonians will come, to talk about Oregon. I might say a word, and we, the 4 of us would be there. So This is option one. The other one as a group. You can also, if we don't go as a group, if there are like only 2 or 3 people, they go of course individually. Now I would like to give it a thought and maybe let's have like a 2 minutes meditation before we do this vote. I've been thinking about this trip for a while. It was very much in my heart. I thought we will live something additionally complementary experience to what we are experiencing here. So maybe it is meant to happen or maybe not. So I don't want to impose it. So let's have a finished meditation before we do this vote. Silent meditation. Maybe we could see who would like